Okay, we are live Saturday morning, 9:30 a.m. in Florida.
9:30, 9:29.
Yep, 7:30 in Mexico City. Woohoo!
Arriba, arriba.
Arriba. I am barely arriba.
Ándale, ándale.
Yeah, I am still asleep, but we're here.
Pasa? ¿Qué pasa? ¿Cómo estás?
Good morning, everybody. June 3rd, 2023. It sounds like Space Odyssey. Like we're getting into science fiction years now. We've got a lot to talk about this morning. And first of all, anybody who wants to come on, I left the link, the StreamYard link in the comments. Feel free to come on if you have any questions, if you want to interject anything. This is really a, what's the word for smorgasbord? It's a show about anything.
It's a deluge of information.
But I want to start with this. It's I got a news article in the Twitter this morning. Fort Bragg becomes Fort Liberty, an Army's most prominent move to erase Confederate names from bases. Fort Bragg shed its Confederate namesake Friday to become Fort Liberty in a ceremony some veterans said was a small but important step in making the U.S. Army more welcoming to current and prospective Black service members. Okay, what's funny is I'll have to go through and read the article again, but I'd like to know how many Black people actually give a shit about the name. And I'll bet you there's probably more people who are disappointed, because how many guys have gone through the Army and have been rotated, Dan?
Excuse me.
And have been rotated through Fort Bragg, and that name actually means something. So Dan and I were talking before, and it's a page out of Orwell where they're trying to erase history. And I'm sick and tired of people trying to rewrite history. And I know it's very easy to do in the internet days, because they just change a page and now everybody goes to Wikipedia and says, look, it was never this. It was always this. So
you want me to say anything?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I have a ton to say. So
the floor is yours, senor.
Thank you. So we have so many problems, as everybody is aware, in this nation. The average bear trying to get by, can't even pay their bills. All you need to know is basic math. You've got a economy that is valued supposedly at around 23 trillion. That's our GDP. You know, we boast and we brag we're still the biggest economy in the world. China's behind us at 17 trillion, whatever.
Is that in pesos or yuan?
I thought that was in dollars, at least for the US. So, but where am I going with this? So we're $23 trillion economy. Wahoo. Let's pound our chest. But then on this other side of the ledger, we're a 32 trillion or 31 trillion dollar, excuse me, in debt economy, in debt. So basically, we live, our expenses exceed what we bring in income. And that translates right down to the average American. Okay. We, you know, if we're bringing in 50 G's a year, 60 G's a year, we're spending 80 to get by the time you pay for your prescriptions and everything else. Where am I going with this? So now they're renaming these forts. They continue to erase history when the average bear is just, they can't even scrape by and pay the electric bill. So to answer Dave's question, do you think anybody gives a friggin' hoot about them renaming the fort? I think most Americans aren't even aware of, probably half of them aren't even aware of Fort Bragg, except the ones that served or were or veterans or had members that were in the service, okay? Or that happen to be military weenies like us, right? That follow that stuff. The average bear, they're not even aware of it. But to Dave's point, and I'm not defending the Confederacy, but I will defend history in general, okay? This is a great country. I love this country, but you know,
I will defend the Confederacy to a certain degree.
Okay, so if you let me finish, it's a great country, and I love this country. But you know, we have ugly parts of our history, like everybody else. Okay, that was an ugly part of our history. That's the truth. So to erase it, doesn't send it away. Okay. The Confederacy existed, guys, the Confederacy, for a reason. Okay. And the main reason, if you want to know your history, and most people don't because we're taught otherwise, is, and I get worked up because we're so ignorant as a whole, is, you know, the North, for the most part, was not fighting the Civil War, at least the first 2 years, because they cared about slavery. They didn't give a hoot about slavery. Okay. Okay. They brought that topic in 2 or 3 years into the war to galvanize the North, because the North, the first 2 years of the war, which most people don't know, okay, was getting their ass kicked. Okay. Have you ever heard of Bull Run? Have you ever heard of Manassas, etc.? Right. They were getting their ass kicked and their ass handed to them. Okay. So they had to do things to galvanize. Part of it was that message. The other part of it was taking the poor Irish off the boat that was coming over from the potato famine and giving them a rifle and putting them in a blue uniform saying, hey, have you ever seen South Carolina? Well, you will now. So this is the stuff they don't teach in school. Okay. So the Confederacy existed. End of story. Sorry if it hurts someone's feelings. I'm not defending it. Okay. But it existed. It's history. Okay. So I think it existed anyway, unless that's a farce and never existed. So then if that's the case, well, then fine, go erase it. But if it did exist, to pretend it didn't exist and then to just erase it, we're living in delusion land. That's my point. Well, and the reality is, if you know anything about the Civil War, a lot of it was state rights and state sovereignty. That was part of the reason, a big reason why the South wanted to succeed.
That was the whole reason.
Okay. I don't know if it was the whole reason, but it was huge. It was a big crux of it. They don't teach that in school. They don't talk about state sovereignty. Now, was it going to hurt them economically with the slaves and stuff? Yeah, because they were an agrarian society. No doubt about it. You know, they had free labor. Let's face it. I'm not condoning it. Of course it's wrong. But a lot of it was state sovereignty, which nobody talks about. They didn't want the federal government up their ass. Like, sound familiar right now? So I'm not saying I'm anti-government either, guys, okay? But if you look at the founding fathers, if you look at the Constitution, it delineated and spelled out pretty clearly that, you know, be careful about how top-heavy you get, right? If you know what I mean. And I think most people would agree we're pretty top-heavy, if you know what I mean. So that's my diatribe on that. So, you know, at the end of the day, changing the names, it probably doesn't amount to a piss hole in the snow. But on the other hand, maybe it does. You know, the Confederacy existed, guys. Okay, that was an ugly part of our history. 850,000 Americans died, by the way, in that battle, in that war that we know of, more than any other war. Okay, Americans on Americans killing each other. Talk about hell on earth. I mean, war is terrible as it is. You never want to go to war, but now you got to go to war and kill fellow countrymen. I'm glad I wasn't alive then, because it would have sucked having to kill fellow Americans and them killing me. Would have sucked. But that's my 2 cents on that. It's sad in a lot of ways, you know. Maybe it's a good thing overall. I don't know. But like you said, Dave, 50 years from now, 100 years from now, when your kids are in the classroom, and they won't even know the names by then. War changed. I guarantee.
Well, there won't be a Columbus Day, right?
Yeah. Well, don't even get me going on that, because I sent you a video a week or two because of my Italian background. I mean, you know, a lot of people in this country have been discriminated against, including the Italians. Okay. They used to lynch Italians 100 years ago, by the way, guys. Nobody talks about that. That's historical fact. Look it up. They would lynch you. Okay. So yes.
The dark ones.
It doesn't matter. They're still Caucasians, right? I mean, you know, a lot of people have suffered, right? I'm not condoning it, but yeah. Okay. So, I just see the irony in it, because if you look at the history of Italy, of course, I'm biased. You know, Italy has brought a lot of stuff to the world. They brought aqueducts. They had running water 2,000 years ago. The Romans engineered and architected roads that are still in existence today. The entire Roman Empire contributed actually a lot to mankind. And then the irony is, if you look at our buildings in Washington, D.C. till this day, it's all influenced by Greek and Roman architecture. But yet those same people that came over here, some of my relatives, by the way, that fought in the U.S. Army, died in the U.S. Army. Okay, one was a Ranger. Okay, and I have uncles that served in the South Pacific that were U.S. Marines. These same people they would spit on and friggin' hang them, right? So, you know, kind of delusional in a lot of ways, kind of maddening in a way. But, you know, what are you going to do? I mean, that's mankind from the beginning, right? That's what we do. We beat up on each other and kill each other all the time.
Why do you think that? Why do you think that was allowed to happen down south?
I don't know. I don't know. You tell me. I don't know.
You have no idea at all?
Are we talking about, what are we talking about in particular?
Well, you said that Italians were being taken out and lynched.
They were, yeah.
Why?
They were considered workers without papers. They were considered inferior. They were considered greaseballs, on and on and on.
So why kill them? I mean, that's a little extreme, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
If you're supposed to believe in God?
100%. It's a joke. It's a joke. So, and I'm not just, you know, irritated about it just because, you know,
So is there any hypocrisy there?
A ton of hypocrisy. I mean, yeah.
So the whites down there, white Protestants probably, so they chose to eliminate their competition by killing them, because that's what it was. It was economic competition, wasn't it?
Absolutely, because one thing I will say, whether they're uneducated or not, Italians, like a lot of good people, Latins, etc., Asians, they come from strong family backgrounds. They're usually God-fearing people. They're good people. They work hard, strong families. These guys who are coming over here to try to make a better life, okay, they were working 15 hours a day, literally, you know, sweating it out, grinding it out, doing the worst jobs that you can't even imagine. And then they get killed over it, right? Well, you know, maybe if somebody else was willing to do the jobs, maybe they wouldn't have had to come over here. But, you know, and it's the same thing with what's going on today, right? Like in America, we want our cake and we want to eat it too, right? You know, none of the kids today want to do any kind of jobs that are hard, including my kids. Dave and I are the last generation, I'm biased, Generation X, where, you know, yeah, we were formally educated and if we're blessed to have good jobs at one point, white collar jobs, whatever. But we also came up, you know, blue collar in terms of willing to, you know, I worked for a landscaping company. You know, I worked for a fencing company. I did a little bit of welding at one point, you know, all kinds of work that, you know, et cetera, is good for the soul, you know, and we still need those skills today, but we look down upon them. And the average kid in America now, you know, they're an expert on Xbox and social media and YouTube, but they can't turn a screwdriver. And you wonder why America's having problems? You wonder why we don't have a manufacturing base?
Yeah, I've actually worked on some laborious jobs with some young people.
They don't know how to do anything.
And I can still out hustle them.
100%.
And I'm twice their age.
I love my kids, okay, but, you know, we're old school, okay? I was putting up a fence 2 years ago with my old house. The thing was collapsing and falling on my shoulders. I was in the 90-degree sun, 54 years old, trying to hold the fence up. It's cutting into my shoulder. And my son, big, strong, almost 6 feet tall, 200 pounds. He's on his phone, staring at his phone. The fence is coming down on me. I'm looking at him like, hey, Jack, can you give the old man some help here? Things coming down, you know, I'm like, hello. He's like this on the phone. I wanted to punch him in the head. Exactly. You roadkill. It's a diatribe example. Total. So I let the fence fall on the ground. I let it collapse. And he's like, what are you doing, dude? I'm like, dude, did you hear me cry out to you? You're standing there with your fat head buried in the phone, because that's what we do for the kids now. Okay. The ambient screen, they're like, right? I mean, this is the society we've built, right? You wonder why we're going to AI? Because nobody knows how to work anymore.
Yeah, I want to go back to the example we were talking about the Italians getting hung. So obviously, if you're a black in the South, I mean, there was a risk that you could get lynched. just 100 years ago,
Oh,
maybe 60 years ago.
absolutely.
And I'm not sure. It's very difficult for when you look back at a time. It's kind of like it's very difficult to understand what people were thinking back then, but it becomes almost like where you get a crowd large enough and the crowd starts doing crazy things that people wouldn't do as individuals.
Mm-hmm.
And so I wasn't around back then. I hope I would not have participated in that, but
So
you know,
here's what I'll say to that, okay, in a nutshell, for those that are believers, and I'm a believer. I mean, look what they did to Jesus, right? I mean, look what we did to him. At one point, the mobs were saying, string him up, put him up on the cross. They all went along with it. This is the Son of God.
Barabbas,
Yeah,
Barabbas.
you're right. This is the Son of God, right? So, we beat him, tortured him, made him carry his own cross, bled him. The Roman soldiers whipped him, everything else, and then strung him up on the cross and drove spikes through his extremities, right? So all you need to know, folks, is if man would do that to the Son of God, what would he do to you? I mean, are you surprised? I'm not surprised. Okay, we can be so good on one hand and benevolent, and on the other hand, totally be the complete opposite, totally malevolent, right? And that it says a lot about human nature. I mean, look what we did to the Son of God. Is it any wonder why we do this to our fellow brothers and sisters, especially if the skin's different? And the irony, I've always thought, call me a moron, is in this day, the 21st century, with stuff that still goes on about racism and all that, which is beyond ridiculous, because somebody's got darker skin or something, you're a racist or you think they're inferior, but yet you see white people laying out in the sun all the time trying to get tan. I mean, how ironic and stupid is that? The same people that might be racist against people with darker skin, they're trying to get a friggin' suntan. Hello? Does that make sense? It's ridiculous. Think about what you're doing, is what I'm saying, guys. Think about what you're doing.
Yeah, I think it's almost insane to think that the United States is a racist country today. I mean, humanity is always going to have discrimination. That's just part of being human. And discrimination is just a form of ignorance in most cases.
Yeah.
Because most people are going to be fearful or reject what they don't know or what they're uncomfortable with. And it takes exposure to eliminate discrimination. And the federal government itself, I'm not a fan of most government because I think that most government only creates problems. They create more problems than they resolve. In fact, they don't resolve many problems at all. And one of the examples, if we want to go into, we can transition into the Federal Reserve and what they're doing, and though, if it wasn't for those people, nature has its own systems of balances.
100%.
Balances. Things get worked out. It might not be clean or pretty, but things get worked out. So our society has chosen to believe in government and given up their freedoms and their liberties to these criminals who only help themselves. And you're going to get the shaft anyways. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
And so it's, you talk about the pendulum. So if we talk about, affirmative action, why is there affirmative action today? Okay, I'm just going to pose that question. I'm not going to discuss it because it would be an hour-long discussion. You want to talk about, this is an example of government going way too far. Okay, so let's go into the Federal Reserve and what our government's doing now. Government has only created laws and regulations now that help the criminals. they've gotten rid of Glass-Steagall, and they changed the bank laws so that these banks could now become traders. They can basically manage money on both sides.
100%.
So they're not going to be objective. They're going to rob Peter and pay Paul.
Yeah, we can thank Billy Clinton for that one, the Glass-Steagall. So the SEC and the antitrust legislation came into existence around 1932, 1933 or so, 34, something like that, after the Great Depression. And the purpose of it, guys, in a nutshell, was to separate and segregate and not commingle certain activities, financial activities, for example, banking and investing. They couldn't be intertwined and commingled. But as of 1999, to Dave's point, it's totally commingled and intertwined and everything else. And then you factor in with the Federal Reserve, what he said is with the centralization of the money, right, which is, you got to wonder if that's truly free market. You have devaluing a currency over the last 120 years. It's worth like 3% of what it used to be, $1. And then on top of it, with inflation, they peak and rise. They put inflation up and down over time. So we get robbed both ways. You get robbed with the devaluation of the currency, and you get robbed with inflation. So if you were making 100 G's, guys, here's an example. And most people don't realize this. My own parents, who I love dearly, they don't get this. They just look at nominal aggregate figures. Oh, you're making $100,000 a year. Well, if you were making 100 G's in 2020, that 100 G's right now, let's say you got a raise or two, you're making 105 now. Yay. That 100 G's has probably 90,000 purchasing power right now, 85 in just 3 or 4 years. So basically you've gotten a D raise in the last 2 or 3 years of 15, 20% in purchasing power. And it's going to do this over time. The only way to combat that is to bring in more income, to bring in more revenue, to start businesses, stuff like that. That's the only way to combat it. That's the only control you have as an individual, because you don't have control over the money supply, the Fed, and you don't have control over inflation. But you do have control, to an extent anyway, of the income that you can bring in. And that's where you got to be diligent. And that's where you got to be creative. Because the other problem is that, and I'm facing it myself, and Dave, to an extent, whatever, is that more and more decent jobs are just going away over time. They're being replaced. And more of the white collar jobs are going to get cut into by automation as well. So that's a problem as well. You've got the devaluation of currency, you've got inflation eroding away, and jobs going away. If that's not a friggin' disaster, I don't know what is. Jobs over time going away as well through automation. And everybody thought, well, it'll be all the low-level jobs. It'll be the guys at McDonald's, a kiosk and all that. Yep, that's true. But a lot of lawyers are going to start to get replaced. A lot of accountants are going to get replaced. A lot of doctors, basic stuff that they do, are going to get replaced. Truck drivers, you name it. So somebody said a few days ago on some video, I forget which one, but within 10 years, there'll be no drivers whatsoever on the roads driving anything, like semis and all that crap, delivery drivers, whatever. I'm like, 10 years? Are you kidding me? Try 5 years or less. It ain't going to be 10 years, the speed at which this stuff's speeding up. No way. Yeah, I wish 10 years.
I think it will take longer because software is a lot easier to implement than hardware and physical. We don't have the infrastructure for it either. And you can see through the trials that they're doing that it's not reliable.
What's not reliable?
These self-driving vehicles. You have to set it up almost like on train tracks where they have their own roads.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, anything's possible. I think it will take longer than expected, the hardware type thing. Doesn't mean trials won't go on, but I think that the mass adoption will take longer than we think, because I think it will be more challenging. Because you see it with all these Tesla cars blowing up and crashing.
I don't think it'll take as long as you think. And regardless of the average bear, it doesn't matter what the average bear thinks and says. We have no say in the matter. The powers that be are going to not just phase it in, but they're going to ram it down our throat. And whether we like it or not. And they already know that, there's not going to be any resistance. Nobody can get off the couch. Are you kidding me?
Well, here's the problem is supposedly there was some infrastructure act passed a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
The U.S. infrastructure
is a joke.
Is approaching third world status.
It's a joke. It's a complete joke.
So how are we? I mean, if you don't have an infrastructure,
excuse me, yep,
your economy is going to suffer. It's a direct parallel correlation. And if you don't invest in your infrastructure, and you can just see all these train accidents we're having, and that's why I say about these self-driving vehicles, the problem is the infrastructure is so bad that I'm not sure a self-driving vehicle is going to be able to
compensate.
Compensate.
I agree. So let me add a specific example to your point, Dave. You look at China right now and Japan, they have high-speed trains that do 250, 300 miles per hour, boom, like bullets, go from city to city, totally modern, shaped like a bullet, streamlined, beautiful looking. Oh, by the way, there's no graffiti and gang signs on any of it, okay? Because those societies are just pristine. They don't put up with that crap. And then on the flip side of the coin, you've got us in Amtrak. Okay, so Amtrak is asking the government now, they want to upgrade all their stuff and they want to try to get to those levels. Well, guess what? They can't get to those levels because they're still on train tracks, okay, that are 100 years old. They want to upgrade the trains. I'm not an engineer, train engineer, okay? I used to build computer networks, but I have common sense, okay? So you want these nice fancy trains and bullet trains and stuff, but guess what? Don't you got to upgrade the train tracks too? Because those bullet trains aren't running on 100-year-old train tracks, okay, that Boxcar Willie used to play the banjo on, 112 years ago. Boom, 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 boom. Nothing against Boxcar Willie, but those trains aren't going to run on that. Hello? So, nobody's talking about that. All that stuff's got to be ripped up. But, Biden, hey, just sent whatever, $100 billion over to the Ukraine, okay? So, what could that $100 billion do? Maybe for our infrastructure to upgrade the trains, for example. Right. So they're talking about the Boston to New York train thing. I've taken that a few times back in the day doing business. It's antiquated. It's a piece of junk. If you take a picture of our Amtrak train system and compare it to what they got in China and Japan right now, it's a laughing stock. It's like comparing a modern day NASCAR right this second to the stock cars they ran in 1975 with Richard Petty. There's no comparison. There's no comparison. You're going to get blown away. It's going to blow your friggin' doors off. And you're going to be like, that's where we're at. That's a perfect example. So, and then our, even in our main cities and stuff. I mean, look at our transportation. Public transportation is a complete friggin' joke. The buses don't even arrive on time half the time. Europeans that come over here, they come from Europe, and I'm not saying Europe's perfect, but they got a good public system and stuff that they can get by on. They come over here, they want to use the bus system. I mean, they can't believe what they're seeing. The guy shows up 15 minutes later with a, Marlboro hanging out of his mouth, hasn't shaved in 4 days, That's what we have. So, everything is hub and spoke design. You have to have a car, and there's so many people now that can't afford cars and the auto insurance. It's a cottage industry. You have to own a car so you can make car payments, so that you can own auto insurance, so that you can make insurance payments. And oh, by the way, God forbid if you have to file a friggin' claim, because you can always find somebody at the company to accept your payment and to sign up. But when I need customer service, I got to call in 17 effing times. And God forbid if I got to file a claim. That's a 6-month process. And at the end of it, I lose anyway, and my premium goes up anyway. That's what we have. That's what we have. Oh, Dan, you're complaining, you're negative, you're whining. I'm just describing it as I see it. I mean, if you think that's optimal and that works, guys, God bless you. I don't. It's called shit show. So yeah, we keep supporting.
Yeah, and the reason the train failed, the Boston, New York train failed, is because, like you said, you have to rip up the train tracks. And if you're going to travel 200 miles an hour, you have to have mostly straightaway sections.
Absolutely.
And what they ran into in Connecticut is that the residents refused to sell their land.
Right.
And they didn't take it on eminent domain because those were very wealthy parts of Connecticut around Pfizer.
Right.
And all those people. And so they have this train that can run 200 miles an hour, but it can only go 60.
Yeah. I mean, so, because everybody, hey, just drive your car. Just be in gridlock as the population continues to grow and stress people out further. I mean, what's the average American commute now? It's like 45 minutes or something. That's
and I used to,
that's average.
When I lived in Connecticut, I faced that problem. I had to decide, these are my choices. I only had to drive, I think, 25 miles.
Yeah, which isn't that far.
But I had to decide, okay, number one, either I go into work 2 hours early to avoid the rush hour traffic, or I take public transportation, or I could sit in traffic but I mean, in essence, I'd be sitting an hour and a half in traffic each way.
They're all 2-hour options, basically, hour and a half to 2-hour options, all of them.
So I took Metro North, the train that goes to New York and cuts through Connecticut. And the trains are all ancient. They're not in good condition.
Garbage.
And they never have enough cars, so that there's people standing most of the way. And it's just and you're paying $60 a month.
And dude, that was 20 years ago. Okay, so where I'm from, Boston, the MBTA, people that commute from the suburbs into the city, guess what an MBTA pass is, bro? Now, a month.
300.
A month. Take a guess.
300.
Dude, it's an effing car payment. It's like $500 a month now.
Wow.
Yeah. To buy a pass, a monthly pass to commute back and forth, $500 a month.
And is that a private company or a public company that runs that?
The MBTA? I think it's a combination of the two. I don't know for sure. But the point is, it's exorbitantly expensive. Or if you do the Amtrak pass too, let's say you're coming from west of the city and heading east, that's $300 or $400 a month now or more. So if you're a professional, even if you're making 120 G's, by the time you factor in your commuting costs, your living expenses, paying the rail thing, it's a joke. There's nothing left. There's nothing left at the end of the month. You can barely pay your rent. And it's all on antiquated equipment, like you said, Dave. $500 a month to ride back and forth on a friggin' tin can on wheels. A piece of junk.
I've been a passenger with other people who have managed this stuff, but I have never ordered an Uber or a Lyft or any of those things myself in the United States.
I have a couple times.
But when I've done it, the price of those things is so darn expensive. I mean, I was in a ride one time. We went like 10 minutes. It was like $40. And I was like,
look, here's the thing, man. I've said this for years, and I've gotten in outright debates with people, and maybe I'm wrong, but when you talk about things like education and healthcare, for example, and let's say even public transportation, the problem is, as much as I love the US, the problem is we're just so profit driven and profit oriented, right? At all costs, to the point where it stymies stuff at times, right? So the minute you introduce the profit motive in certain things, like public transportation, for example, or the Uber drivers, like you said, I mean, everybody wants to make, $3,000 a week driving an Uber car, they want to make.
And don't forget the tip.
Exactly. And don't forget the $25 tip, right?
Even for Uber Eats.
Yeah.
They want a 25% tip.
And it's the same thing with education in this country. The whole college system, I hope it effing collapses. I really do. And it seems to be on that way. I just read an article the other day that says
It's all subsidized.
more and more high school kids are choosing to opt out and not go to school now because they're just looking at it. They're like, I'm going to go to school. I'm going to take these bullshit entrance exams. I'm going to kill myself. I'm going to get in, take some bullshit degree, and then I'm going to get to graduate with 100 G's in debt or 200 G's in debt. Or if I want to do a real job, like be a doctor or something, I get to graduate with $500,000 in debt, $600,000 in debt. And I get to wait till I'm 52 to pay the shit off. It's a joke. It's a total joke.
That's why people aren't getting married and starting lives in their 20s anymore.
They can't. They can't. Like our parents did it right out of friggin' high school. They had a family and were rolling and had a house by the time they were 25. Nobody can do that anymore. Are you kidding me? That's beyond a pipe dream. They're lucky if they could do it if they're 35 or 45, most people. Especially the millennials that have taken it on the chin and the Gen Zers that are going to take it on the chin or are taking it on the chin. So, you know, we've built a total, in my opinion, house of cards, total house of cards. And, you know, I'm all for being humanitarian and helping people. I really am. But we got to help ourselves, too. We got to help ourselves. Maybe we shouldn't be sending 100 billion to the Ukraine every other friggin' week. Because 100 billion.
Is there a high-speed train in Florida, Dan?
Not that I'm aware of, but they're talking about it, actually. They're talking about.
We got a comment here that says one high-speed train in Florida. And crime is up where? Well, it's up. I mean, you can see these stories. Well, is there any punishment for crime today? Unless, I mean, for us, there probably is. But for like these people you see on these videos going in stealing stuff, do they get prosecuted?
Not if you're in California now. I mean, didn't they pass a law that said, you know,
up to a certain amount, you
can go in the store and you can walk out with up to $100 worth of something, and we're not even going to bother to prosecute you.
Well, you remember back in the 90s, I got that apartment on Lombard Street in San Francisco, and you came out and stayed for a couple weeks.
Yeah.
And let's see, Russia Light. George Carlin. If you really want to know what the score is, listen to George Carlin. He'll tell you. And you can laugh, but he wasn't saying it to make you laugh. He was saying it to wake people up.
It was just his medium to deliver.
Right. But San Francisco, you could see that it was starting to change back in the 90s, where there were a lot of homeless people who were getting aggressive back then. Today, that city is a shadow of what it used to be. That city is probably going to sink even further from what I'm seeing. I haven't been there in 5 years, but
well, you've shown me videos even in Philadelphia and stuff.
Yeah,
I couldn't believe what I was looking at. It looked like a fifth world nation. It didn't even look third world. I mean, it looked like something out of the movies. Yeah. I mean, the trash, the garbage, the litter on the streets, the junkies rolling all over the road, you know, transvestites walking around. I mean, on and on and on. And just, you know, people shooting up on the street. I mean, right? And we're sending 100 billion to the Ukraine. I mean, what could some of that money do for our own? I'll keep posing the question. That's a lot of money.
It's so much more than just 100 billion, Dan. Well,
I know. I'm just citing.
Charlie's making a comment. 1960, a house was 15 grand. I can tell you, because I had this discussion. My father and mother, when they got married in 1959, they bought a house in Weymouth, right near where you used to live, Dan. Right. And the houses were tiny. Right. I mean, it was like 1,200 square feet if you're lucky.
Right.
And my father fixed it up. I think he spent $4,000 or $5,000 on a house, which was about. Here's the funny thing, which is about what was he making in a year at that time.
Right.
Today it's what, 10 times our income.
It's got to be between 5 and 10 easy on average, right? At least it was a 1-to-1 ratio, roughly, to your point.
Yeah, and the whole banking. We've had Daryl Schoon on here. And he goes into depth about how mortgages are one of the biggest scams the bankers have ever created.
It's a perpetual money stream.
Well, think about it. you have this house, you buy it, you have a mortgage. The interest is loaded in the first 10 years of your mortgage.
Absolutely.
So you buy a house for $100,000, you're really paying $200,000 for it. Then you live there 10 years. It's almost all interest you've paid. Now you sell the house for $300,000 or $200,000. You think you're making money when in reality you paid, if you add up all the interest you paid, all the taxes you paid, you really didn't make money.
Or you made very, very little. You know, you think you walked away with 100 G's, you walked away with like 15.
Yeah. So the next guy comes in. Now they have a $200,000 mortgage. They're there 10 years. They paid $400,000. They sell it for $300,000. But who's making the most money in that on all these transactions?
The bankers are there every step of the way. Every step of the way.
Bankers, they're protected on student loan. This is going to be very interesting to see what happens. Like, there's a lot of people who are saying we're coming up to a debt jubilee, that over history there have been debt jubilees, that the banksters are going to have to forgive everything or face getting their heads cut off through a revolution. I find it hard to, but in looking at how they're reacting to Russia and China, I find it hard to believe that this group who's leading the world today believe that they're going to have any resistance at all. They can do anything they want right now, and they think they can get away with it. Comment?
Well, I would say in the U.S., that's probably a true statement. Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
world. Look at Germany.
yeah, we don't. Like I said, I can only speak for us. We can't get off the couch. We got the Doritos, the yum pies, and we're watching, you know, college football and in Tom Brady on the weekends. So I don't have time for that stuff, Dave. I've got to see what the score is.
What's Tom doing?
Yeah.
We want to know.
Yep.
Who's he dating now?
I have no idea what my income is and what my budget is. I just know I'm way underwater, but I know the statistics of Tom Brady's jockstrap.
Well, that stat just came out. Most credit card debt in ever, over $1 trillion, I think.
Are you surprised?
Well, the good thing is
most Americans use credit cards.
The good thing is that's unsecured debt. It's unsecured debt. So the banks might have to eat that.
Right.
And I'm sure they'll get bailed out.
Oh, yeah.
And they'll use fear. Fear is when you start hearing the news talking about you must do this or it will collapse. You must do this or the commies will win. You must do this or little Sally will be, you know, not get ahead, your kid. That's how they get you. They use fear. When they do that, this is what you have to do. Up yours. No way. And until we start doing that, we're going to continue to sink. We're going to continue to sink until you're able to say, no mas, no mas. But I already know, if you read the Bible and you know human history, that's where we're going. Where we're going. I mean, you have to wonder if that's why the powers that be want to get rid of 6.2 billion people, because it's, for them, it's untenable at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not worried about it. I mean, if you just read Revelations, you know it's coming. Don't know exactly when, but you know it's coming. You either believe it or you don't. So one third of the world essentially will perish, according to the good book, at least 1/3. And who knows, maybe more if, you know, powers that be, whatever, you know.
Well, that's where I get into when people start saying, oh, people are essentially good. I believe in humanity. Really? What are you reading?
Well, yeah. So
I mean, people are not, you know, look at our world. Do you consider this a good world? The world we've constructed, the world we've built. Do you think that do you think we could be doing better than this? A lot better?
Oh, yeah. No question. Yeah, no, we've constructed a total shit show. Totally. In my opinion, totally. And anybody that's
And that's why so many people try to take stuff for free now, or get on government assistance and suck from the government tit in their jobs where they join the army, get a pension and do this, get a pension, and then take their SNAP program or whatever. You know, this is why everybody looks to government now, Dan.
yeah, I mean, it started in the 60s with the Great Society, I guess, right? And it's built, it's a monster that's been built with 6 heads and Frankenstein, whatever. And, you know, good luck, you know, trying to stop it. I mean, it's a double-edged sword. I mean, I have no problem having certain programs in place that help people that truly need help, right? I have no problem with that. Because, you know, we all, sometimes unfortunate things happen, and sometimes we all need help or assistance, and I'm fine with that. But to your point, it's gotten to the point where it's well beyond that now. It's well beyond that.
When's the last time you were in a major U.S. city, Dan?
It's been a while.
Would you call Boston a major city?
Yeah.
You would?
It's a tier 1.
Well, that's probably, I was in New York last year.
But
yeah, I was in New York City last year, and then I was in Boston, obviously.
Mm.
But those are the last 2 U.S. cities I've been in. And we got Charlie here, this is a new name for Charlie. He worked in, San Francisco. When we were in San Francisco, did you find it unsafe? I mean, it was a little seedy back then, right? But
yeah, but he just said it. In that same area where he worked 20 years ago was fine, but now he can't go back there. So, yeah.
I mean, like everybody points to like Mexico and these other countries as being unsafe. And maybe we should stop pointing to other countries and say, you know, let's get a mirror. Then you can point. You.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I mean, whatever. I mean, where do you want to go? I mean, you got the southern border, which is as porous as it gets. Who knows who continues to come through there? You know, who knows? God Almighty himself only knows. Who knows how much we've been infiltrated to this point? I don't think anybody knows. You know, we have massive issues, fentanyl killing thousands of Americans a year. You know, what's the plan, guys, to fix that? I don't seem to see one. Maybe there is one. I guess the FBI is working hard at it or something, or the DEA. I don't know. But in their defense, I'm sure there's good people in those orgs that really want to make a difference. But no, I think there are some, but I think they're stymied by the bulk or whatever.
They go there with a guaranteed check and the benefits.
Some of them probably, but I do think
same reason why you're gonna, look into the post office, right? Guaranteed check.
People need to survive, dude.
Easy job.
Well, I guess. Yeah, it's a double-edged sword. People need to survive.
So now we're a country where it's just about survival.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, to answer your question. Yeah, the average bear is not getting by.
That's called the Titanic, folks. Titanic. We're going down.
Yeah.
We are down.
Yeah. We're on this trajectory. And if we don't pull the plane up like real soon, if not like now, yeah, it's going to crash. Yeah, in my opinion. 100%. 100%.
Yeah, I want to interject. So we've talked about this, but I don't. Now that we've had a few days to think about it. We probably haven't thought about it, but in talking about the stock market, AT&T, Verizon, and now T-Mobile, those are the 3 major cell phone provider carriers in the United States, and none of them seem to be going in the direction right now. And even in a bad economy, people have always paid their cell phone bill, because a cell phone is, in the United States or anywhere in the world now, it's probably one of the most useful tools for efficiency and just living your life. You don't need a landline anymore, right? You don't even need, I guess you don't even need internet if you have a cell phone. But the fact that those companies are starting to really plummet, watching a paradigm shift without even knowing it. Are we going to, like the rest of the world is setting up 5G and even 6G now in China, where everything is going to be quote unquote free Wi-Fi. So do you even need those companies if you have free Wi-Fi signal? You know, you could just, like, I don't have a cell phone plan. I use free Wi-Fi to talk to people using Google. I basically converted my cell phone number over to Google for a one-time $20 fee, and I don't have to pay a monthly fee anymore. And as long as I have Wi-Fi, I can make calls using, like if I call you, you'll see it's me. It's my same phone number. So are we starting to see people do that? Are things getting so bad economically that people are no longer wanting to even pay $25, $50, $100 for their cell phone plans? Yes, no?
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I would say is people are not going to.
But is that a sign that we're changing, we're morphing technologies, we're changing the paradigm where we're not even going to need to use that existing infrastructure anymore?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I think it is starting to, more for change or whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
So AT&T has been a perennial winner for a lot of insurance. And this is something that isn't being talked about, Dan, but insurance plans, you used to work for an insurance company, so maybe you can educate us on this, is a lot of these insurance annuity plans and even pensions, they rely on the stock market, don't they?
Yeah, ultimately, yeah. Yeah, so they take the money and
And interest rates.
so you've got different types of insurance. You've got term life insurance, which doesn't have a value to it. It doesn't have cash value. It's just pure insurance. You pay a certain premium based on your age, based on your health, whether you're a smoker, non-smoker, based on your sex. And you're just renting insurance is what you're doing. And if you drop dead, $100,000 or $250,000 or $500,000, whatever the face value is, will be paid out. Then on the other hand, you have what's called whole life insurance that has a cash value to it. So when you make a premium payment, X amount of that premium payment goes to the cash value, which builds interest and accrues over time, tax-free, by the way, which you can then take those dividends and either reinvest them as it earns dividends as well, or you could take the cash. And that's what a lot of the wealthy do, by the way. A lot of the wealthy don't have regular bank accounts. They don't have 401ks or IRAs, any of that garbage that's been sold off to the middle class. They really move their money in and out of and rotate things between investments. And then in terms of insurance, they're their own bankers. If they need a big hit of money, they take the cash value out of their whole life policy, borrow from themselves, and then pay it back over time. That's what they do. And then they've got the insurance.
Like Kiyosaki has unplugged a lot of that. A lot of them rely on debt. Like they will use their assets as collateral for debt and then live on the debt and then pay back the interest.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is the basic principle that they utilize is if you can live off the interest, you're golden. Never touch the principal and you're good.
Never touch the principal.
Right. But the problem is the middle class and the poor don't teach that. And they don't even have enough money to have big enough principal to generate enough interest to live off of. But the rich figured this out, hundreds of years ago.
Back when you were selling those things, what type of interest rate would you say for those people to expect?
On the insurance?
Yeah, on those type of plans.
Probably anywhere between steady 6 to 8%. Some of the annuities upwards of 8 to 10%. The rates have changed a little bit. You have fixed annuities, and then you have what's called variable annuities. The variable annuities, to your point, unlike a fixed annuity, is fueled by like steady instruments, like maybe T-bills, money market funds, stuff like that. Whereas the variable, they'll go out and invest in mutual funds and or certain.
What I'm saying is for
stocks.
those companies like a John Hancock,
Yeah,
or name some other ones in that field.
New York Life, whatever.
Okay.
Mutual of.
How are they able to stay solvent if they're paying out 6 to 8% on pensions of these funds, and they can't even get that from government T-bills? Or that means they have to go very, very risky assets or risky gambles in the stock market, right?
So I would say yes and no. I mean, by nature, insurance companies are very conservative organizations. The thing you got to keep in mind is what really keeps them
Or is
afloat.
it a Ponzi?
Well, yeah, I mean, the more subscribers they have, the more people they have on a monthly basis paying premiums. That's your cash flow right there. And then they take that cash flow because they know for let's put it this way. I don't know what the figures are, but I'm guessing for every $100 of premium that comes in a month from the premium payers, they probably pay out $1 in claims. You hear what I'm saying? For every $100 of premium that comes in on a monthly basis, I'll bet you they're only paying out $1 in claims.
Well, their policy is first claim always done, and a certain percentage of people are not going to contest that.
Yeah. Well, but the other thing is they know that the bulk of the population, let's say there's 100 people paying $1 premium a month, hence $100 coming in premium, 100 people. They know, Dave, statistically speaking, they've got actuarial tables and everything else. They know statistically speaking that out of the 100 people, 1 or 2 might file a claim a year, 1 or 2%. So, I mean, talk about cash flow coming in every month, hand over fist to deal with. And then they can go off and invest it all in all these other places and get 10% interest, who knows, or more. And then, pay out like what the banks do. Same thing with the banks. They're paying you 1% interest now. Everybody's like, oh, this is awesome, or even 5%. But they get 8% on, personal loans. They get 8 or 10% on car loans. They get 20% on credit cards. They get 6 or 7% on mortgages, and they pay you 1%. On and on and on.
But what happens when you have a pandemic
business
and the jab, and the mortality rate starts going up 6, 8, 10 times normal?
It
So
won't.
now you're having to pay those out.
It won't. That won't happen. Guaranteed.
It's already happening.
Yeah, but you know what? That's why they're painting the mortality rates as something different, right? They're painting them as different.
But they're still dead.
Yeah, and the companies.
And if you have an insurance plan, you still got to pay out the dividend, right? The death benefits.
Well, I don't think it's. I don't know this, but I don't think it's hit to a point where it's impacting their bottom line in any crazy favorable manner.
Not yet.
Unfavorable manner, that is. I don't think so.
Welcome.
Hey guys, can you even see me? I mean,
El Niño da Vida.
Yeah, from
Fala Português or Espanol?
mainly Espanol, but no, not not Portuguese. That's for sure.
Okay.
We were on at my time zone. It was like kind of like the middle of the night. The last time we were talking about relationships and David.
Yeah.
Can you guys see me? I can see only blank screen or something like that.
We can see you.
Yeah, we can see you. It's although there's a strong beam of light coming behind your head.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. Like that didn't cover the direct.
That's God sending a signal.
Yeah, you are front and center.
Yeah. Just I woke up late today and I had to do the washing and all that stuff, you know. So
We were going to talk about Israel.
yeah, back then we said we're gonna do like a show talk about specifically that state in the Levant area.
Yeah, well, it's a very interesting topic because, you know, obviously the United States has a relationship with Israel, but I'll bet you the United States a lot of history of Israel and how it has interacted with the United States and the world. That would be an interesting discussion with somebody who actually is from there.
Yeah, well, I grew up there a significant portion of my life, and I can tell you, like, I was sorry for the suing and everything. I was just listening to both of you for quite some time as I was folding and hanging the laundry,
Yeah.
and also listened to some of the things Daniel said about, like, first and foremost, like, it's true, and just sorry for the digress, for digressing, but it's true that the financial situation is horrendous worldwide, but especially in the Western atmosphere, like with the debt situation.
I read these. UK looks like it to go. Looks like it's ready to fall.
But you know, after everything being said, now, by the way, sorry about that, David. You got some interruption. I think the screen is freezing on and off, and you got a lot of interruptions when you speak. So it's just kind of like I'm
Yeah,
hearing you.
how
I'm
about
hearing you
now?
talking. Oh, that's way better. I'm just saying, like, it's from like, I'm hearing you talking from a synthesizer, like, or something
Well,
like that.
I'm on a very old computer.
No, no,
So
hey man, look, I just hopped into the server, like, using the phone, you know, the not so, actually it's not, it's a smartphone hyphen or forward slash tracking device. So yeah,
yeah.
um, it is what it came down to. You know, we suffering from a shortage of conspiracy theorists and so on and so forth.
Well, we should have our buddies from the NSA come on board too. Guys, come on to the screen.
Yeah, and explain
Join the
themselves.
show.
And just to answer the simple question of, like, why is everyone nowadays is a potential teabag, or I don't know, a bad guy, or whatever you want to call it. Like,
No, Dan said it perfectly. People today only care about collecting their check. That's it. They'll beat your head in. They'll take Jesus's hand and they'll nail it into the cross because they got to feed their kid.
well, on the one hand, look, I wouldn't, like, jump ahead and blame them all. On the one hand, on the other hand, I would say the mass, the masses of the normies. We didn't got that mass awakening in the last 3 years when the, you know, COVID wars and scamdemic came up to be, and yeah, that's I gotta tell you, that's ridiculous. It came to a point of, I mean, we should have had the mass
Well,
awakening and the support, but to be honest with you, I came to a realization listening to a few sharp-minded fellows, from, you know, not from the MSM, obviously, not the mainstream media, the alternative media space, and even there you got some controlled oppositions, but handpicked. I listened to the voice of reason, and they said something smart, especially one of them. I think I mentioned them before. Um, Basically, you got to realize that, let's say, the political debate about whatever subject you want to choose, like whether if it's finance, whether if it's social, or whatever we've been exposed to now, this whole trans rights and entitlements and all that, and all that garbage, all the way to the family.
That's a whole other topic, the trans. We
Yeah,
can
I
talk
know,
about
but
that in a second.
yeah, but in a general sense, those debate was legitimate. Like, let's say, even before my time, like, let's say from the 1950s, 1960s, all the way to the mid 90s. Today, we all gotta realize that if you think, whether if you're an influential figure or as an individual or as a group, to basically influence the political party in some level, or your political representative in the state level or district level, whatever, is not going to work anymore, no matter what, because the game has changed, and you got to realize that your political sightings are being fed to you by your own enemy. Because whether if it's Republicans or Democrats or as Dr. Dave Genda from Operation Freedom, he's got also a YouTube channel. He said like Republic rats, whatever he called them. Like,
Mhm.
you gotta realize that like you gotta understand your true enemy, your true opponent, not necessarily your political rival, and sit down to a civil discourse with and a dialogue, even with the one on the right, on the left, on the center, and tell them like, listen, game has changed. Um, they after us all. They playing us all. Politicians and the puppet masters, the one who runs them, put them into office.
Well, it's called divide and conquer.
Exactly. And then there is only one agenda. You need to know what's on the agenda of those folks, because if you won't understand your enemy, you will never be able to defeat him, them, whatever. Look, listen to me using pronouns. No, I'm just joking. You'll never be able to defeat them, but it's becoming to a point of ridiculousness. Like over here in the UK, like you see what's going on. Nobody even paying attention to this anymore. But
Well,
they,
this is how they've done it, amigo. All right, they 9/11.
yeah,
Okay, I sent this video to Dan. Dan refused to watch it, and personally, as difficult as it was to watch, you
yeah,
have to educate yourself with these things. There was a video of two Australian special force guys in
yeah,
Afghanistan. They're out in the middle of whatever province, in the middle of a field, and there was a 15-year-old boy that they had found in this field, and they basically shot him dead. No weapon, no nothing, but they decided that this kid was a terrorist and they were going to execute him. Nothing happened to those guys. Now, if that was a 15-year-old Australian boy, would they have been able to do it? And that's what these criminals are doing now, is they now have people from this country going to this country, and it's a lot easier for me to kill you because I've been ingrained to hate you. You're attacking me, so I have to kill you. And that's what they do now. So they'll probably bring, forces from Africa into the United States, and be pretty easy for them to kill people in the US because they're different. They're the enemy.
but you know what? They doing it an all frontal assault. What you mentioned is true, but the thing is, they're not just doing it by that method. I don't think it's an opinion. It's more like a fact, and you can see that because all those weapons of like spying and listening and watching and poisoning and using propaganda, they don't even have to make an effort anymore. It's a
No,
low
no, it's
low.
all the criminals are all together. The Supreme Court last week just ruled that the IRS can go in and take your bank data
Yeah,
without any warrants, without any, they can do it unilaterally without going through the court process. That is a violation of the Constitution of the United States, but the Supreme Court is siding with the criminals.
yeah, but it's not just that, David. I gotta say, like, have you noticed? Like, do you remember old interviews of, like, let's say back in the days? I still listen to him, like him and a bunch of others, but he's kind of like the flagship for me. I'm sorry. It's not just things that I learned and picked along the way, but
Who?
obviously of Jim Willie. Yeah.
Oh, Jim. Yeah, yeah. Well, I
So
mean,
I listened to him recently, and he said a bunch of things that kind of like make sense, because a lot of the things, not of just his prediction, a lot of things that he said back then, all the way from 2014, 15, 16 onwards, um, came to be. It's only the timeline that kind of like wasn't 100% spot on, but I'm just saying, look at, for example, some of the Hollywood dark movies, like, you know, kind of like sci-fi movies, or you know, demonic movies or horror movies, and this and that. Some of them actually came to be one-to-one with reality. You do realize that now. He mentioned, like, let's say, for example, like, you remember that 2003 2005 V for Vendetta with the Guy Fawkes mask and everything, with all the virus and the lockdowns and everything.
Yeah, great movie.
Yeah, okay, look at that. Like, so you see that, and then they did the Blade Runner with Harrison Ford, I think, the old one, and then
Yeah, that was in the 80s.
yeah, okay, but then they did the
The
continuation.
remake. Yeah, the remake, yeah.
Remake, Blade Runner 2049, in which case natural born human beings are rare and obsolete, and it's only genetically engineered people, and you got genetically GMO, genetically modified organisms, farms creating larvae and all sorts of snails based on protein, based on a certain patent, and then nothing grows anymore. The whole world is a freaking desert. And mega cities, smart cities, and what, and you see what Bill Gates and the rest of the elites
It's like Soylent Green. You ever see the movie Soylent Green with Charlton Heston from 1972 or 73?
It sounds familiar. I'm not 100% sure on that, but yeah.
Well, that was 50 years ago, and basically, I don't want to ruin the movie, but it supposedly took place, I think, in 2022 or 2023 Los Angeles. And we're getting there.
That's just because it's kind of like disappeared, like the photo. But what I wanted to say is the live stream, that is, sorry. What I wanted to say, apologies for digressing, because there's so much on the mind and on the heart that we want to express and say.
Well, here's the only problem. Like, if you want to talk like Jim Willie, Jim's great. I love Jim. But the problem is, even Jim might not have believed everything he was saying, because, or it might just be impossible to get off the train track. You see the train coming, but you can't get out of the way. It's still going to run you over. The problem is the decisions that most people make with their life, they lock themselves into where they have no freedom or flexibility of change. They tell them, me and Dan were talking about this before we went live, and it's kind of like somebody who kills themselves. They kill themselves because they got to the point where they feel they have no way out a lot of times, or they feel that there's no way that they can find what they're looking for. But maybe if they had the courage to just throw everything out the window and say, I'm cleaning the slate and I'm starting again. It's a scary proposition, but if it's that versus dying, well, if you're dead, you might as well have just thrown everything out and started over and tried that.
Exactly, but I don't know, like taking the alleged fast ticket out. I don't think it's gonna help anyone but the people, the powers that be. I mean, like, and what you know?
Oh no, I've been calling for a revolution for years now.
You and me both. It's just that, like, it's becoming more and more dangerous to call in for it publicly, because then you'll be declared, I don't know, an enemy of the state.
A terrorist. Well, that's why they have the Patriot Act now, is because they can just say, Dave, you're a terrorist. You want, it's like Gonzalo Lira. Do you know Gonzalo Lira?
Is he has some relation to Tom Luango or one of those?
He's a Chilean guy. He was in Ukraine where his family was, and then the war started. So he started reporting on the war. And he's married to a Ukrainian woman, has Ukrainian children, half Ukrainian children. He's not anti-Ukrainian people. He's anti-US establishment and anti-Ukrainian government, the current Ukrainian government. And they basically picked him up about 6 months ago and held him for a week. And I'm a member of his Patreon group. And I told him, I said, you better get your ass out of Ukraine, man, because the Ukrainian government, I mean, they're criminals. They're criminals. They have hit lists. The Ukrainian government has hit lists on who they're going to hit.
I know on a website, like basically it's kind of like whoever disinform or go against their narrative, they put them on the hit list. They even did it to Harley Schlenger from the LaRouche Institution.
Yeah, and they actually have hit. They killed some guy's, some guy they didn't like. They killed his daughter about 6 months ago in Russia, and they've
that
killed people.
there's certain people I think that even they couldn't reach, and even if they do, they know they should stay away from them, because if they start like popping people left, right, and center, it's just like in the stateside. Look, man.
Well, I just want to finish this, okay? So
Yeah, go ahead.
Gonzalo Lira, I told him he's got to get out, and
Yeah.
this is like the Jim Willie. Is he knew this? He had already been picked up, but he convinced himself that he was not in great danger. Because if he felt he was in great danger, like the train for Auschwitz was coming, you'd run.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
people talk themselves into believing that staying in the status quo is better than
No.
making an extreme radical change. His
Mm.
his best move would have been to get the heck out of Ukraine, even if it
And
cost him money, even if it cost him whatever it cost him, because he might be dead now.
so you see that's listening and hearing those kind of things, like it just make you sad. But the thing is, like, just like you mentioned, like you could be one of the descendants of the sons of Israel. Like you can be a Jew in Germany up until 1930, 1932, but you can't be a Jew from a certain point 1933 all the way to the end of the war in 1944, 1945, in that particular section of the world. And some people, and that's when the normalcy bias kicks in. Here's what happened, and I'm not talking about individual. I'm talking about whole families. So multiplied at least by 2, 3, 4, or more in some cases. So out of 400,000 families in Germany alone, um, only 25% of the Jews saw the writings on the wall, and then they took their shit, and then they just left.
What percentage?
25% of
That many?
25% out of 400,000 families, not individuals.
Yeah.
So they took their stuff and left to Western Europe. Like when I'm saying Western Europe, mainly the UK, United States, some to
Right.
Canada, some left to Canada, and they just left. But the 75% that remained were like, what? We are party card carrying members. We have businesses over here. We married to German people. No, it's just going to blow over. And then you had the SA and the SS and the Waffen-SS and the Gestapo and all those. And then they had their, the crystal night when they shattered all their businesses and robbed them, and slowly but surely started to move them. Oh yeah, well, nothing happened to me. They just it's kind of like a dark joke. Like, no, they're not taking me to a ghetto and from there to a working camp or death camp to extermination. They taking me to the Ritz-Carlton. What are you talking about, man? And then we saw what happened there. But the focus is not just on the Jews. Like as I mentioned, like in the prior conversation, that there was many other millions of people, documented and undocumented. Because if you put on, if you slap the number of civilian population, not just the military population, that we lost over 100 million souls on this planet in World War II. And the last time the powers that be, the bastards, tried this, we ended up with World War, which is exactly what they're trying to achieve, not just in Ukraine now. There's talks about Taiwan, there's talks about this, there's talks about that sociopath running Israel right now. They re-elected that moron again. And now they're regretting it. Well, at least some of them, except the mindless, vindictive, far right nut jobs. They think it's like, oh yeah, well, we cannot mix. Why can't you mix? I mean, strip away skin color, religion, ideology, culture, whatever you want to call it. In the end of the day, we're all human beings. We're all children of God, creations of God. Respect each other and treat each other in the same manner. And I'm not talking, it's not this soft boy out of me talking. I mean, like, I've seen war, I've seen large scale operation, boots on the ground. I shit you not. I've seen what it can cause, what it can lead to. And who benefits from that crap? Who get to clip all the trimmings, all the money, all the territory, all the yeah, exactly that. So all the all it's been said often, like, why God goes by many names in ancient languages as opposed to English, which is a kind of like a semi-broken language. And some people take the mick and said, like, why call God God? Okay, because God is the acronym of God, gold, oil, diamonds. So that's basically their God. That's
Oh,
the
wow. I never heard that, man. Gold, oil,
yeah.
diamonds.
You get it, like, so obviously today we got like platinum, we got timber, you just name it, we got the human element, let's call it at that and leave it at that. They Who's benefit from all that? And this is why I left, never to return again. And I've been trying to press my family members,
Well, you
friends.
went from the frying pan to the fire going to the UK.
Yes and no. I'll tell you why. Because the thing is, if you want to look at the United States, if you want to take a glimpse into the future and see what the United States man, specifically I'm focusing on men, true men, genuine men, manhood, or if you want to take a glimpse 5, 10, 15 years into the future of what the US is going to be like, it's England. It's England, actually.
Absolutely. I mean, they had the world reserve currency before us. And when they
Yes,
lost it, the whole standard of living of the country went down.
and then it went up again because it's kind of like a financial center, but it's just like America right now, in the United States
But
right
hey, you
now.
have a new king, a new king.
Yeah, but like, who's paying between us? Who's paying attention? I mean, like, if it's really getting serious, then obviously someone's gonna say or do something. But like, I mean, who's paying it? Even the natives. I'm not even talking about the immigrants or
Yeah.
the fifth generation of immigrants over here. Um, Not again, and I'm not saying it in a bad way. I never had a problem with immigrants. I myself is I'm an immigrant over here. I migrated over here, but the thing is, I came through the proper channels of migration. I didn't came over here sneaking under the radar. I didn't came here on a floating door on some sort of a boat. I came here to the proper channels. I accumulated a lot of evidence surrounding my entire lifetime in documentations, and I paid tens of thousands of pounds in fees, um, to lawyers and this and that, in order to have the privilege to be here, only to discover in hindsight that I may not necessarily did a mistake, but it wasn't the most prudent decision that I ever made. Because, but then again,
Because
uh,
you bought into the dream.
yeah, again, yes and no, because you
Well,
got to
that's why
remember.
you went through the whole process. You believed it was going to lead to a better life.
Yes, but also when I sat down with my wife, we were thinking like, okay, should like we start a family and a career in Israel, or should or essentially in a constant war zone with anyone who and everyone, or should we come to London where it's a bit more relaxed? And then I'm discovering, okay, every country in the world has its good and bad and their issues, and over here the level of crime is like going, yeah, you can go out with a knife, you can stab a bunch of people, you can break the law, and if you got I don't know, plausible deniability, or you can stage something, then you might get a slap on the wrist and be done with it. Maybe 180, 190 hours of community work, done, 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 done. That's it.
Yeah,
No,
I saw
no.
a video of two guys in the UK having a sword fight.
Ye- That's listen. I'm
Forget
a
about a gunfight. I'd rather have a gunfight.
to be honest with you, I rather listen. Just like the three of us, last conversation, we said, like, I rather have none of it. But if it comes down to it, yeah, if I have to defend myself and especially my family, if I gotta go, I gotta go. No problem, fine. I'm not gonna make a big fuss about it. But when it comes to my family, that's a different thing. They rely on me. My children rely on me. Um, I can't just oh, everything's gonna be fine. I'm just gonna call the police and I don't know what. In the heat of the moment, when everything goes down, in seconds, and that's what the
There's a
the
time to, sorry to interrupt. Unfortunately, a real man understands, and I'm not saying I'm a real man, but I will say this. To your point, there's when the millisecond comes,
Well,
anybody
Dan
that
wears a
has
skirt.
and I do wear a skirt, absolutely. But the shred, if you have a shred of any kind of training whatsoever, military or martial arts, whatever, self-defense, etc., you know the point of inflection at that precise second when it's time to rock and roll or not. And you don't want to rock and roll. But if you have to, you need to, with your training, you turn it on like a light switch because you have to. Oh, and it's not about you, like you said, it's about your family and your loved ones. I don't want to engage in this. I'll walk if I can. But if I'm in a corner and 3 o'clock in the morning and this dude's coming through my door, I've got a split decision to make.
Yeah.
It's him or it's me. That's the real world. It's that mofo or it's me.
Exactly.
One of us is going out feet first.
Yeah, and you also, when you have that training, you recognize the danger. And like Gonzalo Lira, he did not even recognize that he was in danger. And you talked about the Jews. 75% of the Jews in Germany didn't recognize the danger.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That's why they stayed. And I'm not judging them. But most people don't recognize the danger when it's staring them in the face like this.
But you see that's saying I'm not judging them. I mean, like, it's not necessarily not to disdain their memory or their,
because I would have made maybe the same mistake. Maybe, who knows?
But I do. I come from a Jewish heritage. Not. I mean, and I'm like, I do. They let their guard down.
Right.
They let the normalcy bias kick in, and then they essentially what they did is like, okay, I got a situation over here. Everybody's talking. The 25% that left, even if from my own family, from my own kin or my own community, they left. They're just like we are being called today conspiracy theorists, far right nut jobs and
cuckoos.
You have to listen to that God-given instinct. The problem is we've become such a soft society, a soft world, that we haven't had to rely on that instinct to survive.
Yeah, but you see, you're right. But at the same time, you got to recognize why is that? Because slowly and surely, they engineer the entire societies and states on the state, and they soften them up. So there's a bunch of us guys like David, like Dan, like myself, and others. They're paying attention and awakening others. Sometimes with success, sometimes they
usually not.
Unfortunately. But then again, we mentioned it before. Like, some people are beyond saving, and you can't focus all of your energy and
none of it. No, I've said it. You have to focus on your own group. That's it. That's it.
On my own group, but at the same time, like, I can't. For example, I'll give you a live raw example. Okay, so I'm a prepper. No matter where I go, I'm always a prepper. I'll always be that guy. Maybe it's a PTSD that I haven't unknitted yet, out of like a half a dozen or so that I haven't unknitted yet. But I'm always gonna be that guy who's gonna look over his shoulder to the left and to the right 3 times each direction, because in the back of my mind, somewhere is always out to get me. Okay. Sometimes I even go like with the family for a nice day trip, or I don't know, we're going to a fun fair. And I'm like, the hour is getting late, and I see dodgy fellas.
That's the man's responsibility.
Okay, yeah, but I see them, and you know what? Like, I'm kind of like signaling to my wife, my missus, and I'm like with the eyes, and I'm like, and I see where they're going at. When we stop, they stop, and I'm not like, I'm being blunt. Like, listen, you know what? Listen, I don't feel comfortable with this. Can you just move along? Like, wherever it is you're going over there, I don't feel comfortable, but with you standing behind me with your buddy and like whatever it is. And nowadays, everybody touchy feelings. That's what matters. So like, what's your problem? What have I done? I said like, nothing. You haven't done anything wrong. I just got a problem with people standing behind me with a fucking hoodie and a balaclava and a face mask. Take it off, motherfucker. It's not that cold, and it's not. The scamdemic is over. It was never nothing to begin with. There was a minor head cold or another lab cook enhanced form of the flu.
You
So
realize you are a throwback because I think the same way. Okay. Any man with at least one testicle, sorry, okay, should think that way. Okay. One of the basic tenets of being a man, and I've told my son this, is I'm sorry, but the world we live in, okay, one of the basic tenets is protection oriented, security oriented, to be able to know basic self-defense. And that when you're walking down the street, maybe you shouldn't stare at the effing phone like this all the time. Maybe you should be aware of your surroundings. No, chances are nothing's going to happen. But what if something does happen? What if somebody does come up on you? Like you said, the guys behind you. What if one of them was a knucklehead and just decided to pop you in the back of the head for who knows what reason?
forget about popping. Maybe he was eyeballing my children. Maybe
That too,
maybe
exactly. All security concerns. Yeah, what if?
eyeballing
Yeah, you don't know what he's thinking.
my missus. Maybe he was planning on. He saw a nice brand new phone of the missus. He was planning
Exactly.
on snatch and run with
Right.
his electric scooter or whatever the hell
Right.
goes nowadays.
Right.
And you got to realize that, like, in some cases, and again, speaking as like, well, I'm not going to call myself an old timer, but I'm not exactly young anymore either. In this September, I'll be hitting 40.
Understood.
So, but you got to look at it this way. Nowadays, there's a trend, and some of those youngsters and gangsters wannabe, like,
Absolutely.
they're if I'm an average 5'9", some of them are like pushing 6 foot tall, like, and they're like
Absolutely. And big dudes. Yeah.
a big dude.
Absolutely.
They're not that bulky or muscly all the time, or even with a large mass, like, like fat, like
Right.
a I don't know, a super Sherman tank or something like that. But
Yeah.
the thing is, even if they're just in their teens, we're talking about 17, 18,
They
19,
can
20.
hurt you bad.
beginning 20, they're not exactly, they're not even experienced in hand-to-hand combat,
No,
but
they're not.
and even if they're not carrying a knife, they're not a pushover. They're not like, I mean, like, if you're going into entanglement with them, you're thinking, okay, I've got the time, experience, and knowledge at my side, but they got the youth and the speed and the agility, and sometimes even the
Absolutely.
legs to their side.
100%.
So you gotta
100%.
be, be realistic. You gotta tell yourself, in the back of my mind, I'm like, okay, I gotta. If I get into altercation with that guy or with those two dudes, I gotta finish it quickly. I gotta finish it quickly. And I
Period.
gotta at least one of them has to be on the floor, needing some medical attention with some dental. Unfortunately, this is what. Look, I'm not advocating taking lives or
No.
hurting people over here, but I'm just saying, like, if it comes down to it,
So,
the act.
so the overarching concept here is what you guys just alluded to. I don't want to go back to ancient Sparta. Okay. Don't get me wrong. But on the other hand, like you guys just touched on, we have a society now, for the most part, at least in the US, Gen Z and stuff. They're totally soft. Dave and I are in our 50s now, and I think we could take probably 50% of the guys half our age if we had to. Okay. So what does that say? I'm in my 50s, and I know I could kick the shit out of probably about half. And then there's another half that I can't. They're just too young. They're too fast. They're too strong. I get it. That's how it should be. But the point is, the powers that be know this, okay? They know that they have weaned the last 50 years, to your point, a generation or two of men that have lower testosterone. We know this scientifically. We also know that the handshake from the 1980s of the average man was 105 to 110 pounds of pressure. The average handshake. Now it's like 95. Do you know what the average woman's handshake, modern woman's handshake in America is now? It's about 95 pounds of pressure per square inch. It's basically equivalent to the average man. I'm not putting women down, but
No,
who's the man?
I get
Who's the
I get
man?
where-
Who's the woman?
Yeah, what I'm saying, I get where you're coming from. Like basically, they fed the men so much.
Exactly. And is it any wonder why, sorry to interrupt again, that you got guys wearing skirts now that shave their legs? Is it any wonder?
Listen, you're preaching to the choir here. Like I'm saying, like you're 100%
I'm
right.
not bashing anybody, but come on, guys.
It's not just that. Listen, they've been for almost a century now. If you want to go back even further, like they've been softening us up
Yes.
slowly but surely.
Who's going to put up a fight? One out
Yeah.
of 1,000 guys, they know this. 1 out of 10,000 guys might put up a fight.
Yeah. Or for example, attached to your feminine side to see how women feel and
Exactly. You know what? I like to
connect
be
with
sensitive, but you know what?
feelings.
Fuck that. I'm not a woman at the end of the day. I love women. Believe me, I love women. Who doesn't, right? Can you imagine the world without women? I mean, I like you guys, but you guys ain't pretty. I'm sorry. You're not, right? You got a hairy face, you got a bald head, nothing personal. Same thing with Dave. He's just not pretty to me, okay? He's got big, hairy forearms. That doesn't appeal to me. I'm sorry. It doesn't.
You know what? You're looking at it from the sexual angle. You can say like, even if
not
if
even sexual, just in general.
You can just say like he's a handsome guy, but I'm not attracted to guys.
Exactly. I'm not
I'm in
denigrating anybody. But
Exactly.
you know what I mean? God made men and women for a reason. What do you want me to say? He made a woman nice and supple, long hair, pretty eyes. She's got hips.
Rough around the edges. And the thing is that like, okay, we grew up in a tribe when there's only, I'm not even going to use that foul word, genders, sexes, a man and a woman. Whoever wants to live in a tribe when there's, I don't know, again, 19,763 genders and counting, that's
Is
their
it that
choice.
many?
Yeah, because people choose. People just as an example, it's taken up. I'm exaggerating on purpose.
Yeah, no, I get it, but it is ridiculous. New York's got like 10 genders now by law, something like that.
Over here in the UK, there's got a debate among elementary schools when confused boys right now come into girls and said like, yeah, there is about between 53, 54 to 63, 64 genders, something stupid like that, because some people choose not just to identify themselves as men or women or bi or I don't know or even trans. They choose to identify themselves as objects or as animals. Like this
There
is
you go.
Yeah, and the parents are their parents. I mean, is it a one person household? I mean, what are these parents thinking?
Guys, there's no way around it. This is modern day Sodom and Gomorrah shit. This is I gotta, it is what it is. I mean, there isn't much you can even do about it.
Well, I always refer to the Ayn Rand, who wrote Atlas Shrugged, and Atlas Shrugged is a book about how people vote with their feet. When it becomes so oppressive, the people who actually have the means, they don't stay there. They pick up and they go where they're going to be treated better, or where they're not being, held back like that. And she also says you can ignore reality, but you can not ignore the consequences of ignoring reality. And that's what's happening today. Today you can be anything you want. You can do anything you want because there's no consequences until there are.
It's basic human psychology. It's like not that I'm a great follower of the psychological therapy, because not every little problem you have in your life, go someone to talk with, take another pill, take another this. That's what they're doing to men, by the way, as well, mainly to men, but also to women. This is why you got the suicide rates shooting through the roof. But nobody's bothering to.
That's right. Pfizer's making money on you, live or dead.
Yeah, exactly. And to begin with, in this pandemic, I think a few months into the lockdowns, I said like, why would you take? Yeah, exactly. But why would you take a shot in the arm from a company that is one of the main suppliers for lethal injection in the
Yeah,
US?
no kidding, bro. Try explaining that though to some of my friends and family, though, right? Oh yeah, they just happen to have it on the shelf just when the problem hit. That shit
Oh.
takes 5 to 7 years to develop in 5 or 6 trials, in billions of dollars, in hundreds, if not thousands of experiments ahead of time. But they just happen to have the shit on the shelf just when the problem hit. Do you have to
Yeah.
be a genius to figure that out?
So I'm telling you, if it's exactly so, if it came down to the point when we mentioned earlier, like when they don't even have to try hard anymore, because if you got just to activate low
Because
room
everybody's
temperature,
brain dead. Exactly.
exactly, most people are brain dead, and if you have to activate low IQ propaganda in a room temperature with a minus attached to it, so what do you expect?
It's maddening, though, dude. It's frustrating and it's maddening.
Is it because they're brain dead, or is it because
Condition, really.
if you don't see in the United States, it's called the American dream, right? Where your children were going to do better than you. So if the young people today don't have the hope of being able to have their own house, have the hope of having a family, don't have the hope of translating their skills into a job that's going to pay them a living wage to have what their parents and their grandparents have. Maybe they will choose to, and we've talked about this in past videos, maybe they will choose to go into the virtual reality world where they can have all that.
Listen, I don't even see that happen. Like, yeah, I can't wait to get my virtual cheeseburger from the metaverse or some shit, like injected to me to my vein, and then it, like like the food is injected me to my vein through some sort of I don't know, a bag or something, and then the metaverse send the signal to my brain, like just like in the Matrix, that like
Very
that's
good.
delicious, and I'm actually eating and chewing it, and I'm actually.
Yep.
Have you seen some of those short films or advertisement
Yep.
when some men and women right now are developing relationship with fucking AI, and they call it a real relationship?
Yeah, in Japan.
Have you seen? And it's no longer that cute, I don't know, Tamagotchi doggy that you used to put on a keychain and you used to kind of like grow it like I don't know, bloody 15, 20 years ago when they came up with that damn thing and make a lot of cash on it, made a lot of money on it. But and I'm just, have you seen in the 10 largest cities in the stateside what's going on in the I'm talking about the 10 largest central cities in one area or another, or multiple areas? Have you seen what's going on with migrants, the illegal ones, not the legal ones, the illegal ones? They're either being imported illegally or just walked in and been I don't know, hitchhiking to wherever it is the fuck they want to get to. And have you seen certain communities, what are they doing, like that complete lawlessness? Have you seen the twerking in the streets, the chaos, the mayhem? Have you seen the recent that white Caucasian girl that was stood in front of the door and she had her bejesus beat up
In
from
Chicago. Yeah, in Chicago. Yeah.
exactly. And then they got rid of Beetlejuice, Lori Lightfoot, and they got even a worse idiotic, like
Yeah, big fat guy.
bro. Listen, he's not even talking anymore. He's just using. He's given evil, pure evil, is allowances and excuses. You hear the guy.
Chicago is such a great city, I'll tell you. But it's been, I mean, Chicago's never been a well-run place. It's always been
But it's by
run by criminals.
they always put someone. It's a global crime syndicate that have multiple tentacles to the state level, and then from the state level to the city, district, street, roads, you just name it. And in the end of the day, people are like, just let me do my job. Or the street warden or the police officer in the precinct is like, let me just get my paycheck. I'm just following orders. This is the new law. This is the new legislation.
Well, people are aware of it. You can tell me about UK, because I don't know. In the US, there has been a migration. There have been millions of people voting with their feet, leaving these states that they feel are unsavable. And they've been going to states that have positioned themselves to be more conservative.
Over
So
here,
has that been happening in the UK at all? Have people been leaving certain
yes,
areas?
I can tell you hand on heart, yes, and I just put 100% stamp on it right now, just about 5 6 months ago, with the prediction that in by 2050 2052, the United Kingdom will probably be 90 to 95% non-native, non-white, Caucasian, and it's probably going to be full on Islamic. Not that
What?
again
Well,
that I have a
Germany,
problem.
they just had an article. Germany is having that issue as well.
Yeah, yeah, and that's
And
part of
obviously France, right?
yeah, but
And
that's
Sweden and Netherlands and all of Europe.
mainly the states that have stayed in the European Union, but UK is not exempt from that because again, you got to see it in a way of okay, it's an unchecked. I don't have a problem with anyone really, like Muslims, Jews, Christians, Catholic, whatever you're gonna go in the world, you're gonna find good and bad individuals, no matter what faith or skin color or ethnic background they came from. Uh, the thing is, when specifically to immigration, when you got unchecked, unfiltered immigration product. I welcome immigration. I think within the reason, it's a good thing for the culture enrichment and maybe diversity and maybe even the cuisine and the economy. That's a definite thing. But you
So
see a lot of
where are the people going in the UK? If you know,
so
where are they
so
moving
in
to and from?
so in the UK you got I think two sets of individuals. Doesn't really matter like if they were born and raised here or the fifth generation to immigrants and they're fully rooted over here. They even got the British accent, like they were born, they were raised here, everything.
Mhm.
So
It's still, I still, just to interject, when I see a black person talking with an English accent, I still, I mean, I still find it kind of humorous.
okay,
Yeah,
okay, fair enough, fair
yeah,
enough.
yeah.
Fair enough. I get that, and sometimes it's kind of like it doesn't. When I see like I don't know someone who came from I don't know also with the thick accent countries like for me it's kind of like it's funny like yes I get that, and there's a
It's
lot of
because you see them and you're expecting a different accent, and then it comes out, "Hello, mate. What are you doing?" And it's like, whoa.
yeah, no, well you speak yo what's up G and stuff like that, and then you see like well
Right.
hello there sir how are you tonight.
Yeah. Right. Right. Exactly right. Yeah.
Yeah, I get, I get it because we all used to the American dialect, and that's what you would expect. And some of them are also from the stateside, like that reside over here. I don't know from one reason or the other. I don't know why you
Wow.
you do the reverse thing instead of like doing the other way around. But my main point is when you look at it as a whole. So there's two sets of people over here. You've got the retirees. They can be bothered even with their children or grandchildren. They couldn't give a big F about what's going down. They just take in their life savings, whether if it be gold, silver, platinum, cash, whatever they didn't put on the banking system, alongside with what they put on the banking system, and you just retire.
They go to Spain.
Exactly. They go to places like Spain, Portugal. They go to south southeast of Greece to the Isles, area. They buy themselves a nice little villa, sunbathing all day. They go into the local village market, the farmers market. They buy every day their groceries. They don't even have to, and they have their pantries filled up to whatever. And sometimes, just like in certain Latin countries, they got this poor family that they let them kind of like a miniature house next to the house or a shed. They let them to reside there, and in exchange, they provide them like with a service of guarding the house, cleaning it, washing the laundry. That's a custom in a lot of Latin American countries like Colombia, Mexico, and a lot of others. They kind of like taking care of your finca, your farm. So yeah, you've got that one. So that's one set, but that's the people who cannot give a shit about anything. You just let me get my pension check. my benefits, my social security, whatever.
Dan, it
And
sounds like the boomers.
yeah, the boomers.
They don't
and
give a shit about anything. They
yeah,
want
okay,
it their way, Burger King, all the fucking time. Sorry for the
okay.
language. All the
No, no,
time.
it's completely fine. It's completely understood. So that there's that set, and then there is well, actually, let me enlarge the sets. There's that set, and there's two other sets. There's my set who don't have that option on the table just yet because
Exactly.
I'm not retired. I don't know if I have enough funds uh to do like large
Exactly.
decisions right now, especially in those unnerving times of financial instability. So what do? The only thing I can do right now is teach some survival skills and discomfort, how to absorb with high durability discomfort areas in case we have to bug out to the countryside with a rented trailer or an RV or just take the essentials and start off somewhere in what we would call in the States rural areas, countrysides, communities that when the food riots and the race riots with all the
Well,
race.
after the pandemic, after England reopened, wasn't there a mass migration out of the cities to the rural areas like there was in the U.S.?
There was, but not as much as in the US, if it makes sense. There was. I
Yeah.
was looking at it at the same time, but I'm going to be honest. I just can't afford it right now because right now, if I want a genuine private land, freehold, not leasehold, in a certain area that I've been eyeballing for a few years right now, even before the scamdemic, in order to build, like a private land, a few acres. I'll build on it whatever I want. I just file the blueprints to the local council of the zoning and planning and whatnot, and be self-sufficient as much as I possibly can. You know what? Like even people
How
like
much are
Bill.
we talking? How much are we talking for that land?
Oh, just for the land, we're talking about I don't know, 100,000 pounds in UK currency terms, the Great British Pound, and then you want to build on it, and you don't want to save any expenses because you want to do also like a basement and maybe a hidden corner underneath the basement, and I don't know, maybe put those anti-shockwave pillows in the foundations of the basement just in case there is an earthquake and you want to put a tanker of propane and butane, but in a safe distance from the house, just in case energy goes by and you want to install solar panels. I know it's a kind of like a gray weather country. Most of the time it's cold over here. So but solar panels don't really need the sun rays directly. It's better if they have it, but like they just need light, really, and then they absorb it, convert it into energy, and everything that comes with it. And be even Bill Holter, financial genius, proper.
Mhm.
I'm assuming you guys heard of him. He's
Oh,
one
of
of the.
course, of course.
Okay,
We know
so
Bill.
he used to be and still is to some degree.
Yeah, we've tried to get him on the channel.
Yeah, 100%. Like
Yeah.
he's a good guy. He's also one of the guys that I'm following after, like every now and then hearing some of his advice and his rational decision and what they're based on. But I don't always apply to my condition and my circumstances because I'm in a totally different area. I might have to deal with totally different things than he does. Um, or alternatively, he has to deal with things that I don't even have to think about. So there's no such thing as perfect. He said, like he always said the acronym GOTS. GOTS. Get out of the system. Get out of the system. Be as most self-reliant and self-sufficient as you possibly can when it comes to food, water, energy, sound money, gold and silver mainly. Money exists. Bartering ability, supplies. So I'm a prepper. So that's another set over here in the UK. The moment something, I don't know if you can see those over here, those boxes, they're like 195 liters boxes. Those are ready to go at any given time, like in an RV or in a van. I'm preparing them like as we speak right now. This is just some clothing hanging over them. Some of them were like I put like bags with a cooling system of the Titans. I think Titan or Titans, the brand. I mean, I'm not advertising for anyone over here, but the same. There's many other good ones. It's not necessarily dealer's choice.
Did you ever see the movie? What's the Tom Cruise movie where the aliens come down? It was a remake.
Yeah,
War of the Worlds.
War of the Worlds.
Did you see that movie, War of the Worlds, with Tom Cruise about 10 years ago?
Yeah. When the tripod starting to suck the people, like, you know,
Yeah. Well, do you remember the scene where he drove out of the city and he was driving for safety, and he finally came to a rural area where everybody was walking. So he had to slow down, and then some guy hijacked the car from him at gunpoint.
Yeah.
That guy got in the car, started driving away, and then I think somebody shot him and killed him.
Yeah.
And the car crashed into a telephone pole, and nobody got the car. And that's what will happen in a real emergency: is people will be able to take what's on your back.
So that's, I think you froze for a second there, but basically what it is that
I said
I'm
going to be able to take what's on your back. Backpack.
Fair.
That's it.
Okay, fair enough. But like I get you. But what I'm saying is, like, those boxes. I know that it's not the optimum solution, but you got to remember that my children are also like quite little. So okay, so what's on my back? And then what? Like, how long of a distance do you think you can pick up a 7-year-old?
Those will do. Those, like, if there's a issue with the currency and the trucks stop delivering food, then you've got a 3-week, 6-month supply, whatever. It will help you through that. But when it goes through like a major crisis where you've got to move, new game.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, okay, I think that the situation of I have to move is already here, and it's going to be worse off and worse off gradually, like with a spiral decline. Because you see, those things, they don't happen like they build up, and then over weeks, months, maybe a year or two if we're lucky. But when it happens faster that our heads can spin like the freaking exorcist.
Yeah.
So when you have your food, like just like that, catching fire, and think about this: when you have the food riots and race riots, would you really, as a person who have like a wife and children, or whom I love very much, like, would you really risk it in staying in an area when you know that your door on the same road, your door might be next or at the same night, and with crowbars and Molotov cocktails and knives and unregistered pistols and whatnot? Would you take that chance when you know that the police force already, as it is, and that the government agencies already running thin, spread thin from one end to another, and they can barely handle the everyday crisis situation now, as we speak now? Everywhere there is a major incident, you see like I don't know, like 3 or 4 police cruisers, and followed by another 3 or 4.
I understand what you're saying. It's very simple. If we want to translate this to what people should be doing, because anybody who's walking is all they care about is what they should be doing, is you've made your decision is either you stay where you are, you basically build up your supplies, and hopefully you create a community of people, of like-minded people that you can rely upon. Because if it's just you, you're fucked. You're not going to make it. Or you've got to go someplace else.
I agree.
If you decide that where you are is not going to get it done, you've got to go someplace and then create that group that you can rely upon.
And I can even send you directly via location services, and you can see what I'm talking about. I don't mind to share it with you. It's fine. I fully trust you guys. But the thing is, I can share it with you via location services to show you exactly what spot on earth I am, and in my road called Hillside. I gotta tell you, listen, it's vast majority. It's a Orthodox Jewish neighborhood. Yeah. We're a mixed community, but it's mainly a Jewish neighborhood.
Mhm.
But there's also some black families and Muslim families, and
Mhm.
and if from the east, like kind of like not necessarily when I'm saying east, it could be India. It's not necessarily China
Mhm.
or South Korea or something. Not that I care if it was, but I gotta tell you, on that road, on that street, there is about 129 houses. Some of them are being like basically owned and lived by the people who own them, with an exception of like I don't know, like maybe 12 or 15 of them that are rented to someone or have been split to like kind of like first floor, second floor, attic, and basement. And then basically it's kind of like 84 A, B, C, and
Yeah,
D.
I get it. I get it.
What are you
So,
saying?
so you have a lot of temporary people there, renters.
Yeah, the people that like couldn't care less, and they're just like
Mhm.
in a split of a second could just bug out. I don't care about
Mhm.
rent, but I just taking my mochila, like my traveling bag, and I'm just getting the fuck out of here. So I tell you why in this community it won't work. And if I decide, okay, this is my fortress, this is where I'm staying, it will become my tomb. So I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. So this is why
Well,
right
but the other thing you got to realize is if you're not already set up in another place, and I tell
yeah,
Dan this all the time,
yeah,
voting with your feet is great, but it takes time and energy to get set up wherever you are.
I
And if
am, and
you wait until the crisis comes, it's not going to make it. You're not going to make it.
I know, but
Not going to make it.
the problem is that I am and I'm not at the same time, if it makes sense. Because here's the deal. I
Yeah, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. Most people aren't going to move because they're like, I got to survive now. I've got this job. I got to go to this job. I've got the house. I've got to maintain this. It means I got to take Susie out of school. My wife's going to be upset at me. I can't go. I've got to be in the system.
exactly. So the problem is, okay,
But
I
that's where the
can't.
man's got to say, I'm the guy. This is what we're doing.
But the thing is, here's the kicker. Okay, I don't have enough sufficient funds for the land, let alone to build the house and all the fence and everything around the
It
acres of
means
land.
you've got to leave the country. It means
Okay,
you've got
no,
to leave the country. You
forget
got to
about
go someplace that you can afford.
being self-sufficient with raising your own fruits, vegetables, and beef, whatever, like with livestock and stuff like that. That's also cost money. Like I don't know, like 4 or 5K for a cow or a goat or a sheep, whatever. Like because they're producing still in a producing age. Chicken are relatively cheap, but who's gonna sell them to you? If um, I mean, like if you can find a farmer who will sell it to you, then you gotta you got a handful of chickens that lays eggs in due time.
Absolutely. I had an interview with some people from Florida, and that's what they do. That
Exactly. So
provides their meat and their eggs.
exactly. So okay. So I'm cool with that. Um, the thing is, I'm thinking, okay, if I don't have the land and I don't have the house and the rest of it, the whole chain that I just described. Okay, for the very least, what I can do is a bug out location. Over here, besides countryside or rural areas, you got what people called forestry areas. They're like in and around
Mhm.
certain small towns and villages and everything. And I bought so much of like
The sheriff
uh
of Nottingham will come for you.
no. I don't think in that kind of scenario. Again, they're already as they are, they're spread thin all over the country. So imagine yourself a nightmare scenario when you got a full blown, again, food riots, race riots. Now you
Ugh.
don't want to your way out of it by foot or a car or whatever it is, like the War of Worlds, just the scenario you gave, that they were the only one with the car and everybody like zombies. Look at them, hey man, give me a ride, and then they start a fight over the car. The guy jacked the car out of his hand with gunpoint, said like, nobody moves, just let me go in the car, let me go. And he started to, kind of like, and then somebody stopped him and nobody got out of the car. Everybody died basically. So, like in that scenario, except Tom Cruise, who gave up the car to begin with. and you know the
Mhm.
the character he was playing over there. Anyway, so right now I'm kind of like in a bit. It's a rough period of time. I'm between
Right.
how what's saying in between a rock and a hard place.
Well, let me
But
ask you a question. Let's cut to the chase.
Yeah.
How convicted are you? How much of a conviction do you have that it's going this direction,
I'm
or
100% sure.
this direction, or this direction?
I'm 100% knowing history and knowing mob mentality. Yeah, I'm 100% sure it's going this direction.
Okay. Now, here's the most difficult thing, and Dan and I talk about this with trading, is
Okay.
knowing the precise time to buy or sell. It's almost impossible to know that.
That's
And
hard.
it's the same thing where we're talking about how long does the dollar have, or how long does Russia have for this or that. The timing is too difficult. And that's why one of the best sayings is, it's better to be a year early than a day late. And
That's-
once you know in your mind that you see the danger, you see it coming, and you just don't know when, where does it make sense to spend your days? Does it make sense to spend your days maintaining an infrastructure that you know you're going to have to abandon or not maintain? Or does it make sense to just bite the bullet and just get out there and find out where you're supposed to be? Because it is not going to be a smooth transition. It's not going to be where you just get on a plane or get in a car, get on a train or a boat. You're there. Now I have a new life. No, it's going to take months or years, especially if you're in a new culture. So what if you have the belief, this is what life is all about. If you have the belief that you got to get going, do it today. Do it today.
100%
Take the
but-
loss. Take the loss on whatever you got to sell now. Get rid of it and move on to the next life.
But that's my question to you. What would you do if you're in my place and there's not 100% alignment? And even if you come to a point like you bang on the door or you bang on the table, said like, I'm the man, I made the decision.
I hate to tell you, there is no perfection in this world, and I can tell you that you're better off moving on your terms rather than waiting till you get kicked off the couch and now you're in a vulnerable position. You want
Yes.
to do it, and you at least are doing it on your terms.
You and I and Dan and many others, like-minded people worldwide, but let's focus on the western side of the atmosphere. We get that. So whether if I'm moving out to a bug out location domestically or moving out of the country, like if there isn't a unanimous decision, and you know how it is nowadays, when also outside intervention, like okay, so I'm yanking children out of school, so the woke retards, they think they have more authority over my children than I do, are gonna call the fucking socials.
You can't. You're not legally allowed to homeschool in England.
You are, but you gotta basically
Jump through hoops.
request for that,
Jump through
and
hoops.
get license for it, get the curriculum and the budget for it, and then you gotta also state a reasonable reason why you want to do that.
You got to jump through hoops, fill out paperwork.
Very easy. It's a religious thing. Good luck challenging that one. My religion says that this is what we're going to do.
That religion thing. Not that I'm saying I call it nonsense. Obviously, the believe in divine entity, what keeps us going over here in this God's green earth. But I got to tell you, it's not going to fly that easy. Okay, so this is just phase one. Yanking the children out of high school, prepare them for the big long journey, whether again domestically or internationally. Like let's say the domestic bug out location of forestry area.
I just want to interject. Here's a comment from the big fella, and this is what I've said to Dan. Actually, that's not the, where the heck is it? Did you delete your comment, big fella? Oh, there it is. This one.
Poorest country you can find. Go to okay.
Okay. I say this, I'm in Mexico.
Yeah, I know that.
And the area that I go to, where I would go to, if the shit hits the fan, this is where I would go, is my buddy Tilo, the German guy. He says, it is already so poor here that if everything fell apart, nobody would know different. If New York fell off the face of the earth, and I have no idea. Okay, there it goes, the system. So and unfortunately, you're in England, the UK, Dan's in the US. I hate to tell you, but if you stay where you are, you're going down. Your standard of living is going to keep dry. You might as well go to a country that is already at the bottom and set up there and get used to it and set yourself up there, because your pound will go further there, your euros, your dollars, whatever, and you can set up. And now when everything comes apart, you will already be adjusted.
Yeah, you already care for nothing because the euros, the pounds, the dollar, the other currencies went down, but you already made use of it while it still purchases something for you. So you already settled. You took the bitter bite on the loss already.
Yep.
You settled down and everything's cool. I get that part. I get that.
Okay,
but
so we can look back at the Jews of 1930 and we can judge them saying, wow, they were really stupid to stay there. Well, guess what? This is your Auschwitz moment. This is your time. Do you have the intestinal fortitude and what it takes to say, I'm going to do what is in my best interest?
But this time around, they're not just coming for Jews or blacks or Muslims.
I'm using that as an example.
They're coming for everyone this time. This time around, they're coming for everyone. I get what you're saying.
I can tell you right now, down in that part of Mexico, yeah, they may eventually come, but it's not going to be tomorrow. They'll be handling New York and London first, and Florida and Texas.
What? Sorry, come again. Repeat that last part.
It's true.
It's in military terms. When you're in the military and you are in a bad situation, you set up what's called the delaying action. What you do is you take a certain percentage of your force and say, sorry, guys, you're going to probably die, but this is your mission. You're going to hold this area and you're going to hold off the enemy until the rest of us can get away. And that's what this is. We are now at the point in time where we have to fight delaying actions. It's not about maximizing your returns. It's about saying, we got to go. We got to do it.
I know that.
It means you're going to take some losses. You're going to take some punishment. But the whole point is to get to the other side.
I know that. The question is like, okay.
So there shouldn't be any discussion. It should be action at this point.
100%. But okay. But what if? Okay. Again, I don't want to go in circles, but you've seen that moment of the beginning of the Rotstadt fire. Yeah. You started to see like what's coming before. Like, okay, am I getting the hell out of here, or I'm just waiting for the next train to you know where?
Did you ever see the movie The Big Short, where they talked about and Jeremy Irons was the big boss, and he came and he goes, you got to be good. He goes, but everybody else is good. You got to cheat, but I'm not a cheater. Or you got to be first. You got to be early.
Yeah, that's
and
the
that's
margin.
the thing is when this thing goes down,
it's a hell of a lot easier
it's like the Titanic. If you didn't get on a lifeboat early, you didn't get on a lifeboat and you died. 70% of the people on that boat died. And I think that we could have 70 or 80% of people in our societies die, unfortunately, because they did not have, they just could not believe that this was happening.
Yeah.
They refused to believe it.
I'm not gonna dispute a word of what you just said. Is the thing is that, like, I would like to think that I'm the only person who's calling the shots for everyone, at least in my family core. Unfortunately, again, with nowadays decisions, like if I bag out, I can only bag out by myself and come when the Rotstadt fire begins, come as some sort of an extraction unit to get them out. The hell with everyone else. It's also a possibility again with the
It's like being on an airplane, amigo. That mask comes down. What do they tell you?
calm down, relax, book the oxygen.
No. What do they instruct you on the airplane? In the event of an emergency, if the oxygen mask deploy, what do they instruct you to do?
To put it on the children and then put it on yourself.
No.
Bend over.
Put your mask on first.
You put it on.
Because if you're dead, you can't help anybody.
Yes, but at the same time, you know why they talk about this whole oxygen mask.
It doesn't really matter. All I'm saying is it's an example. If you don't take care of yourself and your inner circle first, you're useless to anybody else.
I get it. High capacity oxygen makes you high. So instead of having chaos and mayhem in your final moments, they want you to just dive into the ocean or to the desert.
No, that is irrelevant to the point I'm making. The point is it goes to action. You have to take proper action at the proper time. But most people aren't going to do it. Most people are cowards. Most people are too comfortable.
Yes.
And the problem is by the time it becomes uncomfortable, it's too late. You're trapped.
So what would you have me do in my under my circumstances? Would you have me like live by myself, take my children and leave the missus behind?
When you discuss these things with her, does she not see that there's danger approaching or it's already here?
She does.
Is she born and raised in the UK?
Yeah, she is. But the thing is, she sees the same thing in the same light as I am. She's got all the information, all the dates in her head. She knows it's coming. She know it's not a question of if, it's a question of when. But again, she's the normalcy box, and I'm like, you know what's coming, do you? Right? And she's yeah. And I'm like, we have to make preparations. We already made most of them. And we have to start to facilitate getting the fuck out of the major cities, especially the largest metropolis all over Europe.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
You're in London?
Yeah. So I'm like, that that all hell is gonna break loose and really fast.
Yeah, I don't want to alarm you, buddy, my friend, but I mean, you know this. You don't want to be in London. You don't want to be in New York. You don't want to be in Philadelphia,
Chicago, San Francisco, Las Vegas. I know
you don't, because listen. Let me give you an example, a real example. About 3 months ago, I watched a video. I forget if I sent it to Dave or not, but believe it or not, and I'm not sticking up for Vladimir Putin, okay? But we've made him a boogeyman.
I'll stick up for him.
We've made him a boogeyman in the West, and the reality is, Russia would have come west with the West. Maybe you don't believe it, but they would have. Because they identify, believe it or not, with the West more. They tend to be, bulk of their population or the controlling part of it, whatever, is white, Caucasian, whatever. They're by and large Christians, Orthodox Church, Christianity, that type of thing. They identify more with the West. But because we've demonized them, kicked them in the nuts, called them the boogeyman, punched them in the face. You notice where he went? He's siding with the East, right? He's siding with the East because he has no choice, right? He's got to survive too, right? In the West, it's like you're off the SWIFT system, screw you. And he's like, fine, I'm taking my ball and I'm leaving, like Dave's saying, and I'm going to create my own currency. I'm going to work with other nations like they are now, called the BRICS, because it's called friggin' survival.
It's actually becoming BRICS Plus because there's so many members knocking
exactly. And they're going to rival the West and then some. And the West, with their head up their ass, don't get that this is coming. They don't get it. They don't get it.
Again,
you need to have the courage to get out of the UK.
So here's what I want to say. So, so Putin is really a moderate. Putin does not want, trust me when I say this, maybe I'm wrong, but I'll go out on a limb. He doesn't want to go to war. And he has said it with the West. He doesn't want to fight with the West.
He's very.
He said it. He said a month ago, why can't we just be friends? Literally. Why do we have to put on this charade and go at it like this? And then he said, well, I know why. Because the powers that be in the West, they don't want it to happen. So anyway, long story short, he has a bunch of generals, right? Putin does, as you can imagine, right? One of his generals, I forget his name. It's a Russian name. I'm bad with Russian names. But you know what you want to know what his nickname is?
Danimal.
No, his nickname, and this is not funny, but his nickname is Dr. Death. That's his nickname. This guy has a reputation for not fucking around. And you know what he said about 2 months ago, Dr. Death? He said it on a video, and we can find it. He is on video saying that, look, let's stop fucking around with the West. Let's get this over with. He's like, if something goes down, this is what he said, and you need to know this, and I'm not trying to scare you. He said, if something goes down, we're going to bomb the fucking West, and we're going to hit London first. London's going to be first. He's going to take London out, and you know why.
Long 80. Yeah, I do.
London is a financial mecca. Guess who's number 2 he's going to take out? The second city. New York. New York. Yeah, well, think about it. Funding, you just said, we just had a long discussion. Funding is behind everything, like you said, the house, the farm, all the bullshit. At a personal level and at a societal level and at a country level, at a military level, funding, everything runs on funding, right? We know this. So they're not stupid.
Specifically debt.
Exactly. So if you want to cut the head off of your enemy, you take out London, you take out New York, you just cut the head off. There's no funding. You just blow the cities up with
out of the 2-3-headed Hydra monster, you cut off 2 heads or all of them, so it's done. It's a game over. I get that, and trust me, they also got long history beef with the London corporation.
That's what I'm saying. So we know that, God forbid, if this does go down, we already know what cities are going to get hit first. DC's like 3rd or 4th on the list. Why even hit DC first? You know, you got a bunch of buildings there and a bunch of, of fat, antiquated congressmen. Big deal. I'm going to take out the financial meccas first. Then I'll get around the DC. Then I take out the West Coast. He already said this. He told us point fucking blank what he's going to do. And Putin's like this, like, dude, chill out. No, I don't want this. And he's like, look, Val, let's just get this shit over with. That's what's scary.
They've been restrained. They've been suffering losses just because they weren't even trying hard.
Exactly.
And you know the thing is the general in charge of like the military operation in Ukraine is general the one who was involved back then with the Chechenists war, and his name is General Suryuvkin.
Yeah, they're hardcore. They have experience. But here's what you need to know. This has been going on 1.5 years over there. It was the first year, 15 months. Did you notice the Russians attacked with kid gloves? They didn't hit any of the vital spots until recently.
But they're about to.
They didn't hit power supplies. They didn't hit water. They didn't hit schools. They stayed away from all that. Putin kept the kid gloves on. But now they're taking the gloves off, particularly because the Ukrainians now are sending friggin' missiles into Russia, and they're sending them to the Kremlin.
It's more than that. In the beginning, they were like, for example, they were evacuating women and children and old men from war zones.
Exactly.
And then what was reported in the Western media was that like Russian soldier kidnapping.
No, I know. No, I get it. That's what I'm saying. They've been operating with kid gloves. Putin has tried to, as delicately as possible, tried to spare. And I'm not sticking up for him, but he has, if you know the facts. The problem is nobody in America knows the fucking facts. He's tried to be delicate and surgical. He's tried to, keep the infrastructure intact, not take out civilians as much as possible, right? I love America, but I can tell you right now, if we were in there with our troops, we would have obliterated all that shit in the first 6 months.
I know, but
6 months.
Hey, first of all, let's put things in perspective. No, I'll tell you something that you got to hear. Listen, I'm being honest and also realistic over here. If you look, before we mentioned all that, we mentioned the BRICS and the BRICS Plus and the co-signing nations. So when you look at it, the entire East or the BRICS nations and so on and so forth, they collectively, population-wise, They're
We've
like what?
created this problem, dude.
75% of the world population, and already reach a critical mass of also equal-ish number of global GDP. So
Yeah.
now the collective West is like
Exactly.
what? 1.3, 1.4 billion out of 8 billion souls on this planet, maybe even 8.1, 8.2. So the collective West is like 1.3, 1.4. And then there's the rest of the world, which is mainly becoming BRICS plus. So, and we're very clever making bad shit, crazy decisions before
Yeah.
we make the right choice.
Yeah.
Whether it be the US, the UK, the European Commission, the Trilateral Committee, and the Council of Foreign
Yeah.
Affairs.
We've
and all
driven
these
this. We've
bodies.
pushed them this way, right?
Okay, so they're not going to be our BHs anymore. And they said, like, no,
No.
ma, that enough is enough. And
That's my point.
yeah, but to be honest with you, like, even if it wasn't to be a proxy war, like, let's say using NATO and the Ukrainian army, the Ukrainian military, even if the US, UK would have gone in there physically on their own, you know what? Let's say the Americans and the British army would have gone in there, like, they might have tipped the scale slightly, but like, I think that at one point or another, if the Russian wanted to get really serious, they would have knocked the teeth out of us Monday to Monday, every day of the week.
All right. So let me leave you on this note. Okay, but here's the overarching point. Okay, so the Russians have not used their best equipment and best personnel. Okay, their SS systems, the SS-300 systems, is what they're currently using. Okay, for their missile attack systems.
300 and 400, but
their best systems are the
SS.
SS-400 and the 500 systems, supersonic systems, which knock the shit out of our HIMARS. Nobody will admit that. They haven't used those systems yet. Okay. But once they start, okay, then the shit's really going to hit the fan. They're taking the gloves off. But here's what you need to know. And this is Dave's point. And I don't want to make you feel bad. We're just telling you this because we care about you. Okay. So, and I know it's a tough decision because you're a family man. I totally get it. But you being in London, and I'm not trying to be a dick or dogmatic, you being in London might as well draw a fucking bullseye on your forehead.
Yeah. A target on your head.
London is a shitty place to be, dude. Any major city, anybody who's in New York right now better have their fucking head examined, or any major city that's a tier 1 city in the world.
Where's the incentive on
It's a bullseye. It's a massive fucking bullseye. Period. End of story. I don't need to be CIA or NSA or the Mossad or whatever to know this.
Or MI6 or any one of those.
Exactly. It is.
Yeah.
It is. And I'm not trying to scare you. So, you know,
trust me, man. You're not. I'm already
the bullseye. Like, you don't want to be there. I've got relatives in Boston. Okay. I mean, Boston, that's not a primary target, but you know, it's in the Northeast. I mean, if you fucking blew New York up with a fucking nuke, I think Boston is going to get affected, right? I'm not an expert, but I think it's only 214 miles away.
Yeah. But the thing is, I totally agree with both of you guys, and you're completely right.
I don't know what the answer is. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying these are the facts.
No, you are completely. So facts, it's not fact.
I don't know if I'm right.
No. Yeah. Facts are not negotiable or debatable.
Yeah.
My beliefs or my thoughts or my ideas are not required for the facts to remain a fact. Whether if you state them, I state them, or Dave stating them.
Yeah, that's what's scary and frustrating. I know.
Exactly. And the thing is that, like, again, like, forget about finance, forget about everything else. Even, like, let's say, even if I take let's say, and I only stopped in my set, even if I bug out, not domestically, but to another country.
Yeah.
Where am I going to?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, Dave, well, actually, no, Dave gave you the answer. He already gave you the answer. I mean, the answer is
the poorest country you can find in Africa or in Latin America. I get that. I get that.
A second or third world nation where nobody's going to point a missile at because they don't give a shit about. That's just the reality, right? That's
when they only stage in a coup every Thursday or Friday. I'm just joking.
I know, but it's either that or you get a fucking nuke dropped on your head. I mean, you know, take your pick. I mean, London is, if that's not a fucking bullseye, I don't know what is. If New York's not a bullseye, and I hate to talk like this, right? I mean, you've got guys like Dr. Death. I mean, these guys are not fucking around, okay? Putin doesn't want this to go down. Putin, unlike the West says, is not a madman. He's actually a Christian for what that's worth. I'm not saying he's lily white. He's not. He was KGB, blah, blah, blah. I get it. He's, you know,
but in this case, he's not the bad guy either. I get that.
But he doesn't want a world war. He has said it in so many words. It's like, guys, I don't want this shit to happen. But if you keep poking the Russian bear, sooner or later, the bear's going to pull his big ass claw out and he's going to claw your head off.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I just wanted to interject that the media and our governments, they are portraying Russia as weak, and
they're not weak.
The complete opposite.
Emasculated, that they're incompetent and that they could not stand up to the United States military. I think they're fools.
Yeah.
They're fools.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody forgot about Stalingrad in 42 when the Russians went through 1 million men to get at the Germans. They also forgot about Berlin at the end of the war when the Russians were a massive driving force from the East, that the Allied powers probably wouldn't have won that quickly if it weren't for the Russians coming
100%.
from the East.
100%.
The Russians were brutal, okay? Brutal. And history has shown that. That's not Dan's opinion. The Russians are not wimps. I have personally trained with Russians, so I know their mindset. I know how smart they are,
and the Germans
and I know how tough they are. I know how tough they are.
They're hardened men. They used to depravity and not depravity. Sorry, they whatever situation you're gonna throw them at, they're gonna adapt really quickly.
Okay, they're intelligent people. They're hardworking, and look at them. Just look at the UFC. All the Russian fighters. They're all tough dudes. If you get in the ring with the Russian fighter, you may beat him, but you're not going to walk through him. It's going to be a fucking bloodbath.
He's not going to be a pushover.
You're going to go tooth and nail, and you're barely going to beat him if you beat him. Okay, barely.
Even if you beat him, he's going to leave his marks on you.
You're going to hit him with a kitchen sink, literally, in the head, and he's going to keep. And he's going to keep coming.
I serve with them as well.
Right.
I serve with them as well.
Right.
Like.
So you know. They're not wimps, okay? And we make them out to be these big fat drunks that can't do anything. Well, okay. Well, you know what? They're good engineers too, because I've worked with them and I've managed some of them. They're excellent engineers too, and they build good shit, okay? Maybe not as good as us, but they're still good engineers. And,
so essentially, you're saying what I was saying, that the West have become gradually a joke, because like, what do we have like besides? I don't know what's the most luxurious degrees nowadays, like law degree, ancient Egyptian pottery, gender studies,
exactly.
Science.
Yeah.
I mean, where's the manufacturing of of engineering, a physical economy? Where is all that gone? Bye out of the window. And
100%, bro. Spot on.
Well, here's a good contrast between engineering in Russia and engineering in the United States. You probably heard this one, that back during the space races, NASA was trying to come up with how the astronauts could have a pen that worked in space. And they spent millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars trying to come up with a pen. And the Russians, you know what the Russians used?
A Bic.
A pencil.
There you go, a pencil. That's right, because the ink doesn't have to flow. And there's no gravitational effect on the ink. That makes sense. You've got static lead. Hello.
So it comes down to what's going to work in the real world.
There you go.
Our Patriot systems, which break down, our tanks, which break down, these things that need 6 months of maintenance after they're fired 3 times, or the Russians that can go boom, boom.
Oh,
boom.
by the way, who invented
who have manufacturing capability to make their artillery?
Who invented the AK-47 that's named after Alexander Korishnikov, okay? The AK-47 came into existence after the Battle of Stalingrad, after Stalingrad in 42, because The Russians had bolt-action rifles. That's why they lost so many men against the German automatic weapons, namely the MG-42. They got mowed down to pieces,
It's
and they
actually one
learned.
of the best
They
assault
learned
rifles
from
we
that
have.
battle. The Russians said, "You know what? Never again. We need a better weapon." And the AK-47 was born, which, oh, by the way, is the most ubiquitous small arms weapon in the world. It's very durable. You can throw it in water. You can throw it in dirt. You can throw it
Very
in
good in
sand.
the real world. In
Yeah,
real
true.
and it
battle, it's
works.
very good.
And it works. Okay. And you can use the stock as a weapon as well. It's made out of real friggin' wood as opposed to a piece of plastic, right?
Yeah, like the M4 or the M16. I get
Exactly.
that.
The
And they
retractable
shoot,
stock
and
that
they
I could
shoot,
break over my knee, right?
and even with the short or the extended magazine or double magazine or drum of bullets, it still shoot the 762 and not the 556.
It's got
that,
great knockdown power.
yeah.
Why does every army in the world, not that I'm defending thugs, everybody uses it, from drug runners to you name it.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know about the accuracy though, but that's a different
Yeah,
story.
that's a little different. I mean, it's not good for long range, but close quarters and intermediate quarters, combat, which is where a lot of the shooting is. Yeah, you're right. You're not sharpshooting. You're not sniping with an AK.
Yeah. I don't know. Like also like with the rails that you can install on it. Like let's say, can you put a M203 grenade launcher over it or
I have
Federal
no
or
idea. I don't think so. I don't think so.
Trigicon unit or
Maybe.
I mean,
I have
could
no
be.
idea. I'm just
It has
making
to
the
be.
point that the Russians, to Dave's point, is they're intelligent, but they're practical too. You know what I mean? Like their head's not up their ass. Like he said with the outer space thing, it's like, hey guys, let's just use the fucking number 2 pencil. Game over. We don't have to drop 2 million on a fucking pen.
Yeah, you're 100% right. But I got to tell you, the powers that be, the globalists, the global crime syndicates,
Yeah,
the
I know
banking.
they're eccentrics. I get it.
I got to tell you, they'll nuke this entire planet and have it like become from a water ball
Yes, they will.
into a pile of volcanic ash,
And
just not to see
you know why?
handcuffs,
Why do you think?
and just to see handcuffs or jail time, and not to lose the status quo of completely controlling every movement in this world. Uh, they're a complete psychopath, and I gotta tell you something. If you can remember in the first round, 2014, when the Russian tested the second or third generation more advanced than the West has, again the the USS Donald Cook, when they got too close to the Crimea Island and they fried the Aegis system, and they had to tow it back. They basically made a whole battle destroyer of the Navy, a scrap metal floating over water.
Dave told me this story. Yeah, they somehow used electronic jamming and frying device. It totally made it a floating hunk of metal in the water. Totally.
Exactly.
Tin
So
can.
I'm saying that was during the Maidan coup in the first round, when they overthrew a legitimate government, elected one, and installed the local what they call it, thieves in law, вор в законе in Russian. They installed like the mafia, the local mafia, and the Azov battalion, and the Spavoras and the Banderas and all the
Okay, so
Ukraine.
yeah.
Yeah, so they installed it, and then since then we've been biting and mooching closer and closer to his borders with the biotech lab under the ground and all that. So and a lot of other nations were involved, not just the Americans, for that matter. A lot of other Western or Western allies, whatever the hell that means today.
I don't know what that means, but yeah, no, gotcha.
I forgot who said. I forgot who said that quote. I mean, I'm quoting like, "It's a dangerous thing to be America's enemy, but it's fatal to be their ally, to be their friend." Who said that? I forgot who stated that quote.
Wow,
Like,
I never heard that.
Yeah, I forget who said it. Maybe even Kissinger.
it could be, but basically he stated it was definitely a man. I just forgot who said that. Like basically, it's a dangerous thing to be America's enemy, but it's a fatal thing to be their ally or their friend, because then you're gonna end up. And that brings us back to
It's the analogy of when you're in the woods with your buddy and the bear pops out. You don't have to outrun the bear. You just have to outrun your friend. And that's the same thing with being the U.S. ally.
Exactly, but the thing is, the thing is, like,
I trip you, you fall to the ground, I run, and you get eaten by the bear.
but that's what you see. That's what also scares me the most, not just in relation to me, mainly to my family members or to myself. I already told you, if I gotta go, I gotta go. But the thing is, like, I'm looking at the world events right now, million tiny events, medium-sized events, let alone big events, and I'm sifting away through the distractions and the BS that, like, through the media. Oh, look over here, don't look over there. There's nothing to see. While we siphoning away your freedoms, your liberties, your funds,
Exactly.
your movements, we hacking and cracking your brain, we're doing this, we're doing that. Okay, so I'm looking at, okay, we got that hotspot in Ukraine. Now they're trying to create another one in Taiwan. In the meantime, that sociopath, psychopath who runs Israel, he's starting to gurgling like the war drums and started to beat the war drums again. Now he's messing around.
Well, that's right from
While Egypt already basically have a peace treaty. Egypt and Jordan already have a peace treaty with Israel, but Egypt like kind of like turned to the Russian and the Chinese side, if it makes sense. After
yeah.
what they're doing today in hindsight, now he's starting to do certain things in Syria, in the Gaza Strip, in Judea and Samaria, the West Bank. He's starting.
Well, that's something that the world doesn't talk about. Is I think that is one of the biggest crimes in the last 10, 15 years is what they've done to Syria.
Yeah, but they weren't the only players
Oh,
around.
no. I'm talking the United States and Israel.
No. But it's not. You see, it's the U.S., the U.K.
And UK, obviously.
Hold on, U.S., U.K. Mainly outsourcing the weapons, the training, and the funding with suits and stuff like that, and the logistical side came from Israel, because
where's all the oil going that they're taking out every day? That nobody talks about that.
It's not just the oil. They have other mineral, rare earth mineral deposits over there in Syria, and the main thing is also, unfortunately, it's a topic a lot of people would like to avoid talking about. I talk about it not that loosely, but carefully in certain circles, but definitely not online, and definitely not the smartphone. But they also extract a lot of human element, because it's something that's not widely spoken. But especially the young ones, some of the best, I'm not going to say the best, because obviously you got good and bad in every and essentially in the end of the day we're all human beings, but some of the finest mixed gene pool in the world resides in the Middle East. When I talk about the Middle East, I'm not just talking about Israel, Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, Egypt. I'm talking about also, for that matter, Iraq, Iran, the entire region, the Persian Gulf. Some of the best gene pool come from there. They got the black and the brown and the white Caucasian with blue eyes, with green eyes, with ginger, or
even
blonde.
Afghanistan. Afghanistan is very diverse.
Yeah, so
and Turkey.
That's what I'm saying. Now, the thing is, because of that, it's another target to make a mess out of the area and out of the region, and then what everybody's distracted by, by what they shouldn't be distracted by, they taking a cover under the dark in order to execute all those black ops that involve sometimes I don't know, a shipment container containing XYZ. You know what I'm talking about. So it's not just oil or gold or diamonds in order to, I don't know, to cover up for their messes and to cover up their shorts, or to accumulate more power, wealth, and influence and control. That's insanity. And that's the thing. Like, if you look back, okay, yeah, the Jews to some degree have claim over the state of Israel. I'm just saying, over the land of Israel.
Well, listen. Well, what we can do is you have to come up. You have to come back on, and we'll do just a discussion on Israel, Syria, that region, Because to be quite honest with you, other than what I read and what I listen to, I'm completely ignorant of the area because I've never been there.
I gotta tell you, in a nutshell. If you want to wrap it up, but I gotta tell you, it's. Let's put it this way: in the last century, the conflict has been gradually amplified by certain events and powers that be. But and all throughout the centuries, it was more like a religious war or territorial war. But if you want to go to the real time when Israel wasn't a state, it was a kingdomship similar to Saudi Arabia. It was a genuine monarchy, King David or his son King Solomon, or kings prior or after that. You got to realize that Jews, Muslims, and even Crusaders at one point lived alongside each other in between different kings and monarchs, quite peacefully next to each other with no problem whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
And if there was a war or battle, a regional battle against a rival kingdom, that's a whole different story. Everybody had the same rights. Everybody were protected. There was not what we seen today as like, like all this entitlement culture of like the wokeism, the transgenderism, like studies of civics and what else? And law and physics and other things that can benefit the mind and make the next generation of proper physical workers, physical economy, physical engineering. No, we swapped that for transgenderism, CRT, critical race theory, and all that crap, and how to be sensitive, and how every little thing in life, every problem you may or may not encounter, needs another conversation with a professional or another pill of some sort that makes you happy but mess up something else, like what was it? What was it back then? Like before the Zoloft, the Prozac, the Zoloft, the Cepralex, all those things that like making people hyped up. Like I wouldn't be surprised if they put like a pinch of cocaine or heroin or
Yeah,
opioids.
well, I was gonna say it used to be heroin.
So I'm just saying, like, look, in a nutshell, nowadays, like I think the world is about to change, and like we've never seen before, or maybe we have, but in a different volume, I think that we may, and that's a big may, and it's kind of like a personal thought or a gut feeling. I hope we can avoid it. I hope I'm wrong. I pray to God Almighty I'm wrong, but we might live to see in our lifetime a World War III.
Absolutely.
Because we might look. You and Dan are in your 50s. I mean, I'm getting into my 40s just this year, this September, in 4 months' time, less actually. I gotta tell you, like we might see World War III in our lifetime, complete chaos, complete, and like the degradations of the generations, the value of human life, of the value of I don't want to call it civil manner behavior because it's associated with civil rights, which the trans movement, when you say and do something to them, it's a hate crime. When they say and do something to you or your children,
It's hunky dory.
No, it's hunky dory because it's protected under civil rights.
Exactly.
So I try to avoid that word because it's mix up the stream of thought with something else, if it makes sense to you guys. But I'm telling you, sometimes I don't have panic attack or anxiety attacks, but sometimes I do have sleepless nights and days.
Well, I can tell you, it's very simple, in my opinion. Let me rephrase that. It's not going to be easy, but it's simple. And the first thing you have to do is, the problem with all of us who live in these rich Western countries is we're all been spoiled for a long time. We now have expectations of a certain standard of living that we think is our right. It's what, and we are not willing to put that at risk. We're not willing to take any chances because we might not be able to afford the pizza or whatever, or pay the bill. You know, that's the first thing you have to do, is you have to say, it's not about money for me. It's not about money. I can create a life for my family and my children where we're going to survive, and we're going to go back to basic skills. And once you make peace with that decision, the rest is easy. The rest is easy. If you're trying to hold on to the English dream, the American dream, whatever you have, you're going to be frozen in fear.
Do you remember in that TV series of Game of Thrones when the free folks invaded beyond the Great Wall? Those series of episodes, and one of the guys of the crew guys, the sons, I think they were called, and so like, have you ever wondered like why everything over here is so bountiful and fat and tasty and delicious? It's like because they all got used to the comfort zone, and everything over here is well nurtured, and the hunt over here, everything is like more chunky, while they used to, the free folks beyond the wall, used to the cold and for scraps for eating. So I made peace with that. You might argue that, like, well, to some degree, our entire generation, the Gen Xers, have been on survival mode for half of their lives. Because from a crisis to crisis, from a war to a war, from a debt ceiling to a debt ceiling, we've been robbed out of our freedoms and wealth, and all that fascism manifesto started in 9/11, 2001. So yeah, I'm just saying, like, when they introduced the Patriot Act, and nowadays the Patriot Act has its own tentacles that send over to Money Laundering Act and stuff like that. That every money laundering might be element of, a hostile activism, or let's say money laundering towards, let's say, other activities. So that's what they're stating. Like, so they derive that from the Patriot Act, so they put it into the Money Laundering Act. Such an insanity, like, and that was like what, 22 years ago almost. And looking in hindsight, okay, that's half my life already, arguably more. So I'm not worried about my alleged birthright or my entitlement of, like, yeah, I don't have to work hard to achieve anything or for the next meal or anything like that. It's a good thing I'm a prepper, but who knows? Could be
well, most people in your country, our countries, most of these well-to-do countries, the reason most people aren't going to move or change is because they have an artificially inflated life, thanks to debt and thanks to what the United States gives advantages to people inside the United States the rest of the world doesn't get. We get cheap oil. We get everything cheap in the rest of the world because we basically have set it up that way. We probably have one of the best distribution setups in the entire world. And so everything is set up for that. And so for somebody who would have to willingly give it up to pick up and go to Mexico or Tunisia or Thailand, they look at you like you have three heads. What? Give that up? What?
No, you're right. Just that, like, that's on the one hand. On the other hand, like, I mean, like, there is no other hand. It's actually, you're very much right. But the thing is, like, I also like to live in a country, whether if it's a second or third world country, like you and Dan mentioned earlier, like, that I know I won't get, I don't know, my fucking head chopped off, whether if it's on or
Only
off.
one way to know that, because here's the problem. If you're relying on your government's State Department website to tell you that, you're going to be scared. You got to get on a plane and go there. Get your boots on the ground.
I know. I know.
Yeah.
I know.
I'm not
I-
talking to you. I'm talking to people in general.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But what I'm also trying to say is that like the third set we haven't got into, but we're going in out really briefly is the welfare queens. The people, the third set is the people who choose willingly to stay because they have no other option. And even if they do,
And that's another reason to leave.
exactly, that's the welfare queens, kings and queens.
And it's like Atlas Shrugged talked about. When people like you leave, when people who produce leave, it becomes more and more apparent that the boat is sinking that much faster.
Yeah. Yeah, you're completely right.
And that's why you want to be early, not late.
Exactly. I'd rather to be like just like they said in previously known as reluctant preppers, but like now they know they changed the name of the channel to Liberty and Finance, and or Finance and Liberty. I can't even remember anymore.
In Wisconsin there,
With Donegan Kaiser, if you can remember. But the thing is, they said I'd rather to be 7 years early than 1 day late or something like that. It's equivalent to what you're saying, and you're completely right. Thing is, that like again, you were asking me what is the answer that I'm getting as I'm debating this with my counterpart, and the thing is like, oh well, all right, well, and this is the most stupid things because she knows exactly what I know, and I know exactly what she knows. Arguably, I know more, but like, can't you see what we're about to face? And it's not just about you and I anymore, it's about our children. And she goes like, and they're just little boys, just babies still. Like, so I'm telling her, she goes like, okay, so I'll take it as it comes along. I said, like, when it comes along, you won't be able to take it on.
Too late.
Too late. I'm saying to her even more, I'm not gonna say, well, more passionately, more bluntly, what you're saying to me, I'm telling to her more bluntly and more passionately and more furiously.
Show her that scene from War of the Worlds. That's what you'll be facing. You will now be competing at the worst time with the most desperate people.
Yeah, and the last thing you want to do is tango or even try and
especially when you have a woman and 2 babies.
Yeah, but you're gonna go and try to negotiate with a mob of hungry, angry people, or start a gunfight with them? No.
It really is, and I'll have to do a show with Dan on this because we've had conversations about it. My transition has been extremely difficult.
I know.
And if I had waited until the shit hit the fan, there's a chance, like Jim Willie, there's a chance that guy's not going to make it when the shit hits the fan because in many ways, in my opinion, he hasn't transitioned to where he is, and he just ran away from where he was without really setting it up. If you go, you got to have a plan. You got to have a plan, and the plan is you got to find the hardest part. And I've been telling this, and you can go back to the first videos I did with Dan like 10 years ago, and I'm telling him, you got to vote with your feet, but before you do that, you got to know where you're going to go, and that's the hard work. Is you just can't throw it. Well, I guess you could. You could take a dart and throw it at a map and say we're going there, but it's a lot of work. And when you are indoctrinated in one system, it truly is a shock to go to another system, and it's not going to be easy. And that's why it takes time. And that's why if you truly believe what you say you believe, it should be a simple decision. You're going to have to talk your wife into whatever it takes to make that move, or to at least go and explore. Doesn't have to be permanent. Get on a plane with her and the kids and go and explore other places. That should be the first step.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, if she's not willing to make that step, then you're going to have to choose who is your allegiance to? Is it to your wife or to your children?
My children come even before my own existence, so that goes without saying. Like I'll
I'm sure
do.
she feels the same, I would hope.
She is, but then again, we talked about this in the middle of the show when I jumped on the server.
Mhm.
The normalcy bias kicks in, and the comfort zone. And what about my job? What about the children's school? Like, forget about all that. It's all coming down in a faster pace, in such a fast rate. Your head is about to spin like the freaking exorcist, and you talking with me about like this and about that. You're gonna have to soon, I don't know, like get used to taking a dump in the jungle Vietnam style. And you're talking with me about like Western educational systems and work and banking system, which actually brought us all upon, among others, brought this on us. And I'm like, do you really want to stay around when different communities over here, whether if they're I don't
Does your
know,
wife speak multiple languages?
uh I think about two, but the other one she's trying to avoid talking. She's like mainly understanding, but she doesn't have the confidence in talking. But it's
Well, yeah, and that's it, is because I know you're from another culture. So for you, you understand how to transition. Maybe for her, she's going to have to rely on you for that.
yeah. But the
You're
thing
going
is
to
that
have to lead.
she also telling me like she's coming with kind of like again allowances and excuses, telling me that like, for example, it's full disclosure between us guys, and she's coming and telling me yeah, it's a different mentality, a different culture. Well, I'm sorry, I wasn't raised in to be a warrior in a war zone, and I haven't experienced the military. Like I said, like, okay, you know what, the idea of the Israel Defense Forces is just one military out of many. You know what it's also stand for? It can say IDF, I don't give a fuck. I said, like, I told her, like, so I can teach you some things for starters, but you know what? Um, we know eventually we're gonna have to make a move on. Uh, so let's try to make that move faster and sooner rather than later. And like it's
Break it into baby steps. That's all you can do. Is
yeah, but
try not to make it so an overwhelming thing. Get her to commit to at least go someplace and explore.
I sure hope so. I sure hope so.
Frame it as a vacation if you have to, but get her and your family out to explore and realize that, hey, it's not the end of the world if this is where we go. In fact, you may have better opportunities. You may have
Uh,
opportunities that you don't have where you are now.
you're completely right. The thing is that, like, I was thinking, for example, like I was thinking, like, well, it's not exactly the neighbor next door, but in the region of the area of where you're at, like, I was thinking, like, because I got some connections over there, but I was thinking Colombia. Sorry, but right now
Yeah.
Colombia, it's a mess, such a mess.
I would not go to Colombia, me personally. I mean, I like Colombia is gorgeous. Like the people. The problem is they could go into a civil war at any time. And
I know.
you can see the way they locked down during the pandemic and the
Yeah.
people just sat there and took it.
Yes, that's I say it's becoming another socialism nightmare. Just like Brazil may or may not go
Yeah.
fall into after the overthrow of the other guy in favor of
Yeah, Lulu.
that Lola, whatever the hell his
Yeah.
name.
Yeah, Lula.
Yeah, so I'm saying, you see, so for example, in Colombia, I got really extended far family and some really good connected friends,
Well,
and I'm
here's the
saying,
good thing. Here's the good thing. Start there. Actually, me and Dan have talked about this extensively. The continent that probably the best continent to go is probably South America. So at least you get onto the continent. And
I've
if you have to go to Paraguay, Uruguay, Argentina, Patagonia, at least you're on the continent. You could
I've been
walk if you had to.
David, I've been there before in 2009, 2010, and also so did my wife. She also explored several countries by traveling. I was actually living there. I was actually living there for almost a year. So I know I know the people, I know some of the culture, I know the good parts, the bad parts, I know where to go to and where to avoid and stay away from. I know the safety precaution measures to take when
Yeah.
you go on those countries. But the thing is, like, again, I'm already initiated and I got the knowledge and the balls. Let's put it this way. My wife doesn't. And
But
I'm
that's
afraid.
where she's going to have to rely on you. Does she trust you?
To some degree, yeah, I would say so. Yeah, like when it comes to those matters, like to some, I have to be honest. I cannot lie. I can't say like 100%, because you know how women sometimes like, because of the scarcity, they're very susceptible to fear and doubting certain things. So they're very susceptible to this. So if she trusts me in certain things to the maximum, in certain things, kind of like,
You gotta try to, if she's been there, you're gonna have to, I mean, it sounds like Colombia's at least the place to start,
yeah.
depending on, because it sounds like that's where you are inclined to go. And
to, to some degree, again, just because I have extended family and some connections over there, and when I'm saying connection, not necessarily to the narco connection, I'm just talking about people
yeah,
who are.
and I mean, Colombia is a huge country, and like you said, very diverse. There's lots of places to hide in Colombia.
Exactly, yes, but at the same time, it's also one of the cocaine import agency narco states, so it's also easy to be found, or all they have to do is, I don't know, raise a few drones up in the air and
Yeah,
scan, or
it's a starting point. It's a starting point. It's a
yeah,
lot
but
easier to run from, it's a lot easier to split from Colombia to someplace else in South America than trying to get from the UK to South America.
true, but at the same time, I also checked like areas like South Africa, which is part of the BRICS, and look at the mess they created over there. And then I in Cape Town, Durban, and Johannesburg. And then I was also checking with one of my buddies. We used to provide private securities over here. Um,
This is
so
this is why I said it's a simple decision, but not an easy one,
no,
because this is what takes the time
yeah, but
and the effort.
he already made the move relatively easy because he migrated to the UK from there. He's from Sudan, from South Sudan. So I was thinking about even that area, and then it's a easy triangle of back and forth depending on where I want to go.
Africa might not be a bad option.
Yeah, but look at what happened. I'm telling you, I'm doing like do's and don'ts list, and look what happened in the Sudan right now. They had a civil war. They continue on and off, on and off, on and off. Another global hotspot, and I'm like, I'm ever lost. So, even, let's say I'll shrink the list to one, two, maybe three locations. We bounce for 2 weeks at a time, like from one place to another, or maybe a month. Who knows what we can afford? And then I'm gonna tell okay, so let's go
You should
back.
probably, you probably, if you had to pick one place to go check out right now, I would
Yeah,
probably say Uruguay. If
you,
you look
you
at the map, if you
yeah,
look at the map, it's strategically, it's got Argentina bordering it, Brazil bordering it, Paraguay, and it's pretty easy to get to Chile. And
yes,
and it's down in a part of the world where nobody thinks about it. It's
yeah,
off the map, it's off the beat.
So let's put it this way. God forbid if there was the big WW3, common
yeah.
sense. I don't think South America in general would be a target in general. Maybe one country, if that.
Maybe two
Um,
to three, I would say. It's not like the World War One, World War Two scenario, because you got now Brazil, Mexico, and maybe
well,
even Venezuela in play, because
yeah. I
the
mean,
Chinese
think
are
about it though. I mean, strategically speaking, I mean, God forbid if there was one. Okay, so the United States is gonzo. That's a bullseye. Western Europe is a bullseye where you're at. Not to be a dick, but you know, fucking Britain,
No, you're
France,
not. You're not just being realistic.
Germany,
I appreciate it.
Germany. You know, all of Central and Western Europe is a bullseye. Canada, the U.S., and then of course the response back to Russia, back in that direction, China, etc. Parts of Australia would probably get hit because of our bases there.
No,
But
Australia and New Zealand are already gone. That's
exactly. But my
They're
point
really
is,
gone.
the United States has about 800 bases in the world, plus or minus. I don't believe, Dave, correct me, I don't believe that we have any bases at all in Central or South America other than Cuba, Guantanamo Bay. That's all I know of.
Yeah, so Dave can correct you, but also can I? 928 bases in 130 countries or something like that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And I think a lot of the off-listed black sites.
Yeah.
Well, the CIA controls several countries in South America.
Yeah. I mean, without getting into the weeds,
you got the Falkland Islands, which is a British.
Right. But the point is, without getting into the weeds, call it 900 plus bases, including black ops sites, whatever. The point is, there's none in South America that I know of, right? And if there are, I mean, they're probably so piddly, whatever. The point is, no one's sending nukes towards South America. They're not on the bullseye list in general. They're not in general, right? Unless you want to take Brazil out, I guess. I mean, if Brazil...
I don't want to cherry pick. I don't want to cherry pick in general. I'm just saying it's a possibility that if Brazil going to play Ganip politically, or who's they're going to side with financially and politically, it's going to be the West with the US, UK, and Canada. And
no. In my opinion, my friend, not necessarily. In my opinion, and I could be wrong, I think Brazil right now, and I'm not blaming them, has 1 foot on one side of the fence, 1 foot on the other. Why do I say that? Are they with the West currently? Yes. Britain, I mean, America primarily and or Western Europe. Yeah. But they're also, dude, in the BRICS. They're also siding with China and Russia as we speak by virtue of being in the BRICS and trading. They're starting to do more deals in the real without the dollar. The Chinese are in Brazil as we speak. They are in Brazil buying strategic assets.
So they're using the
basket. Lula proposed South African common currency.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. So they've got their foot on both sides of the fence. And I think personally...
How long? So my question is, how long do you think it's going to sit well with the American and British elites when they're using their real? And
I agree. I agree.
Yeah. And the Russian ruble and the Chinese yuan.
Yeah, they will try to do what they did in Ukraine. They won't use nukes. They will basically try to create an insurrection, and they'll pay the poorest of the poor in Brazil. Hey, here's $100. We need you to go riot, and they'll create chaos that way. But as far as being in an area where the beaten path, I think South America is about as close to that as you're going to find.
I agree. I would say South America and or parts of Africa, because no one's going to nuke Africa, right?
I wouldn't mind.
Maybe Northern Africa.
I'm not even talking nukes, Dan. I'm not even talking nukes. I think the chance of nukes are remote. I'm talking where the battlegrounds are going to be.
Yeah, agreed. Totally. Whether it's nukes or conventional, South America is not in the mix.
Just chaos.
Yeah, agreed. Well, okay. If you're talking chaos, that's a different story. Like you said, South America could be prone to that.
Maybe Brazil, but I don't think Uruguay will be.
This is one of the number one rules that I always knew about mob mentality, but only been amplified by Jim, Bill Holter, and a bunch of other strategical experts that not just talking about political, geopolitical, and financial aspects of life. When the shit hit the fans and when there's a full-blown war or riots, the rioters are not going to go to small towns and villages 50, 60, 70 miles down or up the hill. Exactly. They're going to focus on the central
The cities.
center of the cities and the big
Exactly.
metropolises and like New York, Chicago,
Yeah,
all those
exactly.
areas, London. Who knows? We might even see the
Amigo, these libtards probably can't even change a tire on their car.
Exactly.
exactly.
Okay, they're going to be completely useless.
Absolutely.
And so that's the whole point is if you can go someplace, I know people who have had the courage to say, it's like Noah building the ark. Noah, what are you, a nut? It's because he had the conviction and the faith to follow those steps. So I know people who are giving up their careers in the United States. They're selling everything and they're going to different parts of the Caribbean and Latin America and South America. And they are basically going back to the basics. They're getting the chickens. They're growing vegetable. They're taking the time to spend time with their families in the most basic way and enjoying their life day to day. And
Yes.
they're happy.
Yeah.
And they're not in debt.
This has been my dream for as long as I can remember, at least in the last 5 to 6 years, arguably more, just to retire to some areas, even if I have to live off and cut back on the beef or the chicken or any type of meat you can think of, and then just leave all out of coconuts, mangoes, and bananas, and obviously fresh water.
You would
Not,
be around people who have been living like that for their entire lives.
you are, yeah, I know,
No,
I know.
no. You would be if you went there. It's like my buddy says, they wouldn't even notice the change. They have everything that they need.
Exactly.
Exactly. Exactly. The
They
thing
might
is
not
that,
have Netflix though, Dave. You missed that.
Well,
or,
you know,
or,
with Elon Musk's satellite dish, a lot of them are going up all over the Mexico
Oh,
now.
there you
though.
go.
the thing is, you mentioned something like that reminded me something very painful that I said to my mother in a different way, and I said it to her like about, what was it, yesterday or day before yesterday. I said it to my mom in a video conversation, in a phone call, internationally, of course, to one of those
Yeah.
cam apps. The thing is, I told her, you know what? It takes a lot of courage to say and do whatever it is that I said and done. I mean, you can vilify me because you're too domesticated and obedient, and it's not surprising me because your entire life you've been living in some form of fear, and you started like you've been what 35, 36 years in the educational system, so you're a teacher. You've been on the system Kool-Aid like for as long as you can remember. Um, and then after being a teacher and like progressing up the ranks, and you became the school counselor and children's psychologist. I told her, you may not been full on part of the problem, but you never were part of the solution. I remember this growing up as well as a teenager. Like we got the raw end of it. Stay in school, do your homework, do this, like it's the end of the freaking world. But what about other things, mother? Like mom. I mean, like back in the days. And I told her, you know what? You can call me conspiracy theory or like you're too much focused on this and that. Probably something is wrong with you. And I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna wear it as a badge of honor. I'm not even gonna take offense of that, because you can call me crazy as much as you want, mom, but I'm not crazy. I'm just early. I'm
There
not
you go,
crazy.
Dan. That's what you can tell your mother.
Exactly. Yeah. I don't even give a shit anymore what people think of me. I don't give a shit anymore. You get to a
Yeah.
certain age and stage in life. I don't want to say it. It's a combination of experience or I'd like to think to an extent wisdom. Maybe I should care. Maybe that's part of why I'm having problems. I'm having certain problems, but I don't give a shit what people think anymore. When I was younger, I didn't know any better. I
Yeah.
would get red faced and embarrassed. But now I don't give a hoot. I have certain convictions in beliefs. that I believe strongly in, and I'm not going to be ashamed and embarrassed about it. And that's it. You know, I'm a human being like everybody else. Sometimes I'm wrong like the next guy.
And the other thing is, you're turning 40. The thing I can tell you from experience and just from watching people, 40 plus or minus, depending on how well you take care of yourself, when you start hitting 45, 50, 55, 60, you start to slow down. You start to become less efficient. You can't do what you used to do.
That's true.
So you don't want to wait until that age to have to try to create this new paradigm, because probably not gonna. They're just gonna stay where they are and probably die.
Unfortunately, yeah, the paradigm shift, actually, I didn't create it. Like, it was created whether if I want it or not. I just need to make the flip to the other side in order to survive whatever comes.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt. Here's what I would say to end it on a note.
Yeah, because we've been going over 3 hours.
Yeah,
so let's wrap it
Here's
up in
what
the
I would
next couple
say.
minutes.
Here's what I would say. It'll take 15 seconds. I'm paraphrasing because I'm not a pastor, but Christ basically said, very few will take the least traveled path, essentially. Very few. And basically what he's saying is that most people, whether you interpret it literally or figuratively, will not be saved, period. End of story. It's not going to happen for a variety of reasons. Not all are going to accept, not all are going to believe something, etc. So apply that principle to your own life. Only the few will take the least traveled road. That Christ himself said that in the book of John, I believe. And it might have been verse 6:14. I forget, but whatever.
It's also in the end of days in the Old Testament.
Exactly. So he's saying most people are not going to be saved. 8 out of 10 people, 9 out of 10 people, probably 9.5 are not going to be saved for a variety of reasons, because most are going to travel the wide road out of habit, out of fear, out of whatever, laziness, keep going. Only the few will travel the least chosen road or path. And that's it. End of story. And like Dave's, that's the note I'll leave you guys on. And I struggle with that too, by the way. I'm not saying I have the panacea for it either. I don't. I struggle like the next human, but I do, from a wisdom perspective, understand that. And that's what
a simpler life. And Dan and I talk about this a lot.
It's hard
with each other. Is today is the most important day. And if you break it to a simpler life where you're not on the treadmill, running to stand still, you can actually take that time to enjoy your boys, your family, just the day. You have the time to enjoy each and every day and not take those things for granted. And there's always a pro. There's always a good reason, a good benefit.
Yeah, 100%. And you already made the transition full on. It wasn't easy. I watched that content as well when you were in the immigration authorities back and forth with Mexico and with the lawyer. I watched that one as well when you explained how hard it was in the beginning and what you should do and what you should avoid from. But having said that, like, for example, like, okay, so you guys give me a lot of food for thought and like, or more like energy and fuel to.
Okay, we're not troublemakers.
No, it's completely fine. But having said that, then like, I mean, like, what's your take? What are you gonna do next? Because we know where the states are going, especially in certain areas. I mean, are you at least in a safe area when you can say like, okay,
me?
I'm saying I'm not like. I'm not beholden in a community of like-minded people, and I'm not like
Good point. So I'm located about 40 miles north of a tier 2, what you'd call probably a tier 2. I wouldn't say tier 3 American city, like a Columbus or a Toledo, Ohio, or something. Not to knock anybody. Cleveland is, Boston is a tier 1 city, a major city, as is New York. We agree. Chicago, London, LA, San Francisco. So I'm in Florida, 40 miles north of probably, I guess it's considered a tier 1 city because it has an NFL football team, That's probably the reason. But at the end of the day, it's more towards a tier 2 city compared to the cities I just rattled off. And so, you know, out of the Northeast, because the Northeast is a total effing bullseye from a strategic perspective, as is the West Coast. So God forbid if something went down like the big one, WW3, let's say, as crazy as that sounds, the Northeast is, you know, I'm not trying to be a wise guy or disrespectful. Arrivederci, aloha, how, ciao, you know, whatever other expressions you can think of. Bye.
Have you ever considered, like, let's say, in Florida, in the state of Florida, to move to Port Lauderdale or Naples?
No, I don't want to go near. No, I'm away from all the touristy bullshit areas. I don't want anything to do with those touristy areas. And I don't know, disrespect anybody. That's just me. I'm older now. I like more the peace and the solitude where I live. And, you know, yeah, I mean, if I want to go to those areas, fine. I'm willing to drive a few hours, but I definitely don't want to live there.
All right.
Yeah, that's just me.
And as a last resort, would you be able to do the transition that David done, like to move?
Yeah, so I've been exploring it for a while, and ultimately the answer is yes.
He's gonna do some videos for the channel.
Yeah, okay. So the bottom line is the answer is, even though Dave makes fun of me and says I can't, the answer is yes.
I'm not making fun. The only reason
No, that's okay. Nowhere, we're amongst friends. But he says no, I say no problem, because what he doesn't realize is that I have a certain mindset, which is I don't need that much to get by. I never have. Everything I spend, 90% or 95% of what I spend in terms of bills and everything else, even if I go out to dinner, it's never on me. Very rarely is it on me. I don't buy stuff. It's always on my family and other people. And I don't say that to sound like a hero. It just is. I don't care. I'm not one of these guys that needs a boat and a fancy car and the big house and this and that.
Yeah, Dan is old school.
I'm old school. And the clothes to impress somebody, I don't give a fuck. Okay.
Yeah, 100%.
If you like me and we can get along, great. I'm happy. I'm not bellicose. I'm not looking to make a strife. If on the other hand, you don't like me, you think this guy's a dick, and then fine. Have a nice life. You know, I don't give a shit what you think. I live my life a certain way. I try to be simple and happy, and that's it. So if I had to go live on a fucking farm tomorrow, learning how to milk a cow and kill a chicken, it wouldn't be easy, but I could do it because I have that mentality. I'm not like most Americans. I'm a little bit different, you know, that way.
That's a good thing. That's actually a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, would it suck? Would it suck to be in tropical weather without air conditioning, living in a tent and taking a dump in the woods? Absolutely. Could I do it? Absolutely could do it. I could do it. Would it suck? Yeah. Would I get 3 hours of sleep every night and look like this every day? Probably.
Suck, yeah, but for a while, after a while, you're getting used to that too.
But after a while, you harden yourself, like Dave is alluding to. Americans, I hate to say this, we have to start, not because it's glorious and I want to, start hardening yourself more and more. I mean, we've become fat, dumb, and happy. You know, most of us can't even do 12 push-ups, never mind walk half a mile, right?
Fat, dumb, and lazy as well.
Yeah, fat, dumb, and lazy. Can't get off the couch and can't walk a mile without, you know, it's like, that's no way to live. You know, just sitting here all day like this, ordering DoorDash.
The last ways. The only reason I was asking to begin with is that because in the last few videos, when it was just you and David, I was listening up, I think after the wrap up, and you were talking about like financial moves and going long and going shorts about you know, positions you took in the stock market. And I was saying like, okay. So we're talking about transitioning over here, and this guy is still playing with the stock market.
I know.
You get what I'm saying? This is where it came from, not
well,
necessarily.
the stock market will be that will be until it's not. And think about this.
I agree with that.
If you are giving up your life and transitioning to a new place, being able to trade is a way that you can maintain some degree of income wherever you are in the world, even if you are in a
as long as you got a laptop and internet connection, which most of the world does.
So we don't do it. We don't do it because we want to do it. We do it because it's what is available.
Semi-practical.
You know, right now, the U.S. just introduced its jobs numbers. and they had this blowout jobs number. What they don't tell you, and they also had a huge amount of unemployment as well at the same time. So what that is it's the guy, it's like people like Dan or who lost their $200,000 a year job and now have to go get 3 jobs, one at McDonald's, one at Starbucks, and one at Home Depot.
Yeah.
So they just reported 3 new jobs and 1 lost job. And
Exactly.
he's still not making what he was making
Oh, yeah.
at the one.
I make like 1/5 of what I used to make.
Yeah,
Literally, it's fucking
this is
ridiculous.
this is just on the official numbers. They're not like they looking at the actively job seeking people, but they're not even
Well,
looking at
yeah.
the
Well, let me just explore this a little bit further. So what's the negative? What's the negative to trying to learn a skill as far as trading that will benefit you and your family?
To be honest with you, there's nothing wrong with it, but I think in a full market meltdown scenario, let alone WW3, I mean, like,
No,
I mean,
I know where you're going with
If
it, and
you're
I'm
in
not saying
a
you're wrong, by the
position,
way.
but if
Yeah.
you, and this is why it's a skill. If you, it's like if it's where Dan and I have been doing this for several years, and one of the reasons we did it is because you do not want to learn a new skill after it's too late to learn it. You want to be a year early. You want to be proficient and prepared before the event comes. So yes, if there is that event, if there's a market meltdown, I'm confident that Dan and I will ride it down and we'll make money going down on it. And so, but we hopefully will have the experience and the ability to be able to recognize that. Whereas if we came in tomorrow and said, I'm going to trade the market, we'll get crushed because I've already been crushed.
yeah, essentially you're right, but I'm just saying, like, obviously when the crush comes down, like in the market, full market meltdown, you want to pick those stocks like on cents on the dollar, what you want your position to be. But the only thing I was just saying, like, that's a skill you can develop for passive income, or every now and then, like for a couple 2 3 4 hours a day, whatever it is you want to allocate towards that. But
and hopefully if I get set up and Dan relocates and gets set up, if you can get to an area where you don't have to have a huge nut every month just to break even, just to survive,
Yeah.
then you don't have to take chances, you don't take on debt, and you don't have to make decisions, risky decisions that could
yes,
put this at the future. I mean, my ideal is to get a compound set up where I am providing my own food, and I'm in a climate, I want to be in a climate where I don't need air conditioning and I don't need heat. So technically, I don't even need electricity.
fair enough, unless it's for the fridge. But then again, there's solutions for that too. The only thing is that I would tell you, like, there's certain skills that cannot be taught, can only be acquired. I'm more like on the technical point of view, and I'm not an expert level when it comes down to those things, although I do wish to learn. But the thing is, I don't know, like what, like, let's say in a scenario when the powers that be launch their programmable money CBDCs and stuff like that, when they're also going to restrict the movements of money. Like, let's say you are where you are,
There'll
but
always be a market. There'll always be, like Argentina right now, their currency is collapsing, but there are black market currencies and there's bartering.
no, I know that. My question is different. Like, let's say if they're going to launch the worldwide, or each sovereign country, there's their own CBDC, digital dollar, digital pound, digital euro, and so on and so forth, and you reside in Mexico, but you make your passive income in a totally different market. How do you transfer the funds to where you're at? Whether if it's in a form of digitized money, tokens, gold, silver, whatever. I'm just saying, how do you make that transition without them blocking you from one bank account to another, or one debit card or credit card to another? I mean, that
Very,
was the whole
very
point behind
slowly, very slowly,
in small portions and dosage.
always a way. There's
Okay,
always a way,
okay,
always.
Fair enough. That's because the
But,
most.
you know, I wrote a book, and on the subtitle of my book is "Life is what happens while you're making other plans."
Yes.
So the smartest of us, the luckiest of us, the unluckiest of us, we all have to choose a path. We all have to make plans and go down that path. And then life comes along and gives you a curveball, and you got to deal with it. So the trading may go away. It's just an avenue that I'm using while I can, because it's really the only thing the United States offers right now is the ability to make money on the stock market, really.
Yeah, they haven't. They left us with a handful of doors open, and even those are going and shrinking by the day, if not by the hour.
I've already given you the answer. You have to have the courage, and I know there's not going to be a perfect solution here.
No.
But if you can get established someplace where you don't need $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 a month coming in every month, then you're going to be better off. If you get to an area where, hey, you can just start from scratch and build up just through your own hard work and your labor, you can basically build a life for you and your family. You just have to basically explode those dreams. I'm going to be a Rothschild, baby. I'm going to be a Rothschild. No, I'm David Dawei, and I'm going to enjoy the day. I'm not trying to build this thing for the future anymore, because that's a pipe dream, and that's how they keep everybody on a treadmill.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And I totally agree with you. The only thing is that there's more areas when I'm going to have to do my own due diligence and research and dig deep. But like, let's say, just to give me a heads up, like, what would you say the average cost structure of, like, let's say, a shipping container, for example? Like, let's say if I'm going to make the move right now to Colombia, I can't just move with my backpack, as you suggested earlier. That's for domestic purposes of, like, when you're on the run. But like, let's say if I'm going to make the move to Colombia or Uruguay or Paraguay or even Chile.
Sell everything you have.
Sorry?
Sell everything you have, and then acquire new things wherever you end up.
Including, I'm not talking about like lavish, luxurious item. I'm talking about things that I was accumulating just for that. I'm talking about like canned food. I'm talking about clothing items. I'm talking about full camping survival gear. I'm talking about stuff like that. That's what I'm asking.
Sell it. And then rebuy it.
And then we buy it on the other side.
That's what I'm saying. There are no perfect answers. Those are material items. Material items can be replaced.
I know, and I don't.
And if you give yourself enough time, see, this is the thing. If you say, hey, we're going to transition in the next 6 months, that gives you enough time to find buyers for this stuff. If you wait until a week before, you're probably going to end up throwing out or taking a penny on the dollar.
Yeah.
To try to move all this stuff, it makes no sense. It's more work and cost than it's worth.
Well, yes, and at the same time, kind of like I'm split-minded about that. I'm gonna be honest with you, because there's certain things that like I can buy on the other side and part ways right now, even if just give it away for charity. And there's certain things that
that's where having the time to transition, because it allows you to straddle both worlds temporarily.
Fair enough.
I mean, and your biggest obstacle, it sounds like, is going to be your wife.
Yeah. You're right about that. Like, you know what? If the time zones weren't that different, and we wouldn't have to wrap it up, I would have told you, like, take a phone number, give her a phone call.
No, what you're going to have to do, and I know this is not fun, you're going to have to do it on your own. You're going to have to, while she's absolutely not going to assist you, then for the family, you're going to have to set it up so that when this day comes and she's like, ah, you're like, babe, hey, babe, I've already got it set up. Let's go. I'm the man. I took care of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's completely true and correct. The problem here right now, like you know that the Bank of England, the equivalent to the Federal Reserve, like they surpassed the interest rates and the inflation rate over here in England. Worse off than, so over here, I think the spiral decline is going to be faster and faster. So funds, like the same amount of currency, buy you less and less goods and or services. So.
Well, let's just leave it on this, and we can listen. Send me back a mail with whatever dates you want to talk for a couple hours about Israel, and we can also talk about this. And
Yeah.
and Dan and I will give a bunch of dates. I'll let Dan pick one because I'm flexible. But the thing is think about this. Your British pounds, if you say you were going to set up in Cambodia, right?
Yeah.
Your British pounds will go a long way in Cambodia right now. In 5 years, Cambodia might be part of the BRICS, and their currency might be stronger than the British pound.
Yeah, it's a major.
So you look at it the other way. You have a major advantage. You have a currency that still has a premium in these countries. Use that premium. So the stuff that you're giving up, that you're losing out on, you can make it up on the exchange rate in these countries. But that's now. Listen, in the last 6 months, the United States has lost over 10% of its premium in Mexico.
Yeah.
So the dollar is losing strength against countries that are lining up with the BRICS. And it's like what you said, it's going to be one of these moments where China and Russia come out, they make a decree and announcement, and the next day the dollar drops 50%. Boom. Yeah. Nobody thinks that's real. And the pound too, the euro, all of them are just going to go boom. And so now your 5,000 pounds is now the equivalent of 2,500 pounds of purchasing power and dropping.
Arguably.
Yeah. So if you had already had the balls to go out and say, I'm going to set this up, you'll have 1 foot there.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's not easy. I'm not saying it's easy.
It never is. Trust me.
It's simple, but not easy.
I migrated so many times that
I know. And it really is unfortunate that these scumbags have really ruined what was about as perfect of a world as you could have had in many ways. And their greed for wanting to own everything and get rid of the rest of us is going to ruin it for everybody. But at this point, I truly think it's Titanic. I think it's been the Titanic since 9/11. I think the die has been cast. And unfortunately, you can cry about it later. Right now, it's a time for action. It is a time for action right now. And anybody who doesn't take action, that's fine. I hope you made your peace with God, because that's where you're going.
Yeah.
And that's fine. We all go there eventually, but that's obviously most important. But it could be an opportunity. I mean, you could be pre-positioned in a place and get through the painful transition period. Like you said, you've done it. You know it's not easy. The first couple of years of a transition suck.
Yeah, I know that. I know the first 2-3 years could be sometimes difficult, sometimes could be a hell on earth.
But think about it. Your kids, for them, it might be simpler because they'll be able to pick up a new language, a new culture a lot easier.
I sure hope so.
If you wait till they're teenagers, maybe not so easy.
In my case, like the transition is going to be a bit smoother, but the difficulties is going to be supportive towards them because I speak 3 languages fluently, which is English, Hebrew, and Spanish, and 2 more basic communication in Arabic and Russian. Just basic communication, really, really basic, but at least enough to get by.
You got to do
Uh,
it, man. You got to do it. You have to do it. And unfortunately, it means the weight is going to be on your shoulders, but you're strong enough to take it. You're strong
yeah,
enough to take it. I mean, you're going to have to take it. You're the man. You got to take it. You got
exactly.
to
That's
step, you have to step up and deliver.
yeah, you have to suck it up, and you have to absorb and doing something that you don't necessarily like, but do it anyway because you have to, because you're the man, and that's part of what being a man. And actually, that's one of the main features of being a man, which means doing and sacrificing so that other can flourish and survive. Unfortunately, like
That's why we have the world we have today.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I haven't lost that thought that, and or I haven't changed my mind about it since we last talked about it. It just that, in a general sense, I would like just to get things to move, to get the ball moving. It's just that, like the amount of lashback I'm getting, like it seems like just like you said, I'm gonna have to make a decision and just execute it and just go ahead and fulfill it for everyone. I already took care of it. We've got the place, we've got the space, we've got everything we need. Not
If she
necessarily.
absolutely is not on board and can't help you or won't help you, that's the only route you have.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Unfortunately,
And
I don't. I
yeah,
don't want to rattle her cage too much, but
it's not
it,
worth it's not worth, I mean, once you got to have that discussion, even that battle. But once that battle's been resolved, then you know what you need to do.
yeah,
It's I don't waste my time on the drama or on the battles. I believe in any relationship, friends, lovers, family members, whatever. There's nothing wrong with a knockdown, drag them out fight. Get it all out there. But once
yeah,
it's been resolved, you can't get blood from a stone. So you don't waste your energy on a losing proposition. You just say, okay, I know what needs to get done. I'm going to go do it.
yeah. 100%.
Yeah, I mean, if you truly believe that's what you see, then
I,
you're in essence you're using what God gave you. You're using what God's given you this ability to see, and you can either ignore it or you don't.
I don't. The problem is, you know how they say in Spanish, cabeza de piedra, head made out of stone. So
Mhm.
sometimes that's what I have to encounter, and it's really just like you said. You can get blood out of stone, and sometimes she's a stonehead. She get it, but at the same time she doesn't. I'm telling like, okay, you know what's coming. Are you waiting for it to come and then put a rocket up your ass and move away because it might not be that successful, or are you getting it and you're making some move towards it besides every now and then allocate some money towards gold coins and silver coins, just like I taught you how to do it, and uh, and then buy some more stuff and store it for a long life shelf products and food and water. So like, okay, if eventually we're gonna have to move to plan B and C, or like to a bug out location, okay, so it's harder for you to move. So okay, so let's say I'm gonna try to push it towards a totally different country. But I thought let's say that's not gonna be the case. But domestically, just 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 make a decision. Make a decision. Make a decision
Right.
already. Just so I can have, not necessarily, I'm not gonna phrase it as like the green light of doing so and so, but like so I can have the the knowledge that like, okay, I'm parting ways for a while so I can establish the new headquarters, let's call it that way, and then uh you all moving along. I mean, that's gonna be A, B, C, D. That's gonna be your duties. E, F, G, and so on. That's gonna be my duties. The girl's gonna have to learn how to cope with this, that, but without the boys, so on and so forth. It is what it is, but it cannot go on like this because eventually it's like
These are not easy. And I mean, the other thing you learn from trading is we could all be wrong. And it's unfortunate. We're human beings. We make mistakes. We make errors. And that's where, you can do your due diligence. And hopefully by doing your due diligence, you decrease the chances of being wrong. But I can tell you this from firsthand. Anybody who waits to the last minute, they're not going to make it.
No, I know that.
They're not going to make it.
Even if I know reluctant preppers and people who have been prepping for like half their life, then they're my age or older than me, but roughly the same generation. But
and the other thing I would say is, find the strength internally. Pray to God, and find the strength, and try to be as patient as you can with your wife, and explain to her that. This is what you see, and that I understand that it's fearful, but for you to do nothing would to basically abdicate your responsibility as a husband and a father. Doing nothing is probably the worst thing that you could do, ignoring what you see coming. And she has to understand that men and women, they see things differently, and you have skills and abilities that she doesn't, and vice versa.
Yeah, and I told her as well, like that like the outcome is going to be a cry out for generations. That is, if we survive, because as I mentioned earlier, we had, I know personally people worldwide and domestically that have a lot more access to resources, funds. They've been preparing longer than I have even. And even then, in a full-blown meltdown scenario, their survival chances are 17-18%.
I think as difficult as Colombia is, Colombia has seen chaos, and I think the people there will handle chaos pretty well.
Yeah, I think it was the great violence, la violencia, when there was back then, a century.
So I think it's not the worst place to start, and then make your evaluation once you get there. At least you'll be able to, to move everything you need to move, and to transverse land. It's a lot easier than trying to get over oceans.
Yeah.
So it's a starting step. It's a good first step. Get your ass down there, connect with the people that you know, and then let the decisions come to you. Don't try to force a bad hand. You'll know when you're down there. Your instincts will tell you, no, this isn't it. And then once you know that that's not it, go to plan B. Go to plan B. And it might take a few attempts.
Yeah.
And that's why I said, don't wait till the last minute, because it may take 2, 3, 4 attempts to figure out how to get where you need to be.
100%, you're right. The thing is that, like, before I even get myself down there, like, I'm gonna have to make a few phone calls, like, to make sure that
that's easy.
I can get easily either to Bogota, Cali, Medellin, and we'll see. Well, the center of the main city, but you also got Cartagena, Barranquilla, all those different cities over there.
They're all different. I mean, Cali, Medellin, Bogota, and Cartagena, they're like worlds apart.
I know. Trust me, I know. You got like.
Oh, I know you do. You said you lived there a year. You know better than me.
Almost a year. Almost. I also traveled to the bordering neighbors of like Ecuador, Panama, and Peru. So yeah.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. It's luck. But the only thing that you're sacrificing by going out and do this is you're sacrificing some money and some time.
Yeah.
The
loyalty and the reason is not for a certain name of a place or piece of land or a flag or a nation or let alone a government. The loyalty is to reason, peace, life, prosperity. That the loyalty is for that.
Dan, are you there? I think he's gone.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, that's what he does. So
Sometimes maybe he got tired a bit. Like it's fine. It's completely
Yeah.
understand.
Well, it's a long time. We said we were only going to do an hour, so he
No,
stuck in there a little bit longer.
I got in already when you were on the air for an
Yeah.
hour and 2 minutes.
Oh
I
yeah,
think.
yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, yeah. It's okay. I mean, we do this for ourselves, but this time, it's Dan and I try to do this just as far as for our own benefit, but also I know that there's a lot of people, and you're a good example. There's a lot of people struggling with this internal conflict because it is a major paradigm shift over what we've been indoctrinated to believe about the countries that we're in.
I already made peace with that. I already know, like since nursery reception, all the way from year one to
Yeah, well, most people aren't. Most
GED.
people aren't.
I know everything we taught is
Most people like Dan. Dan thinks moving to Florida is going to be enough. He's sadly mistaken. He's sadly mistaken.
Or he's about to lose his greatest asset, which is DeSantis.
Well, we'll see. I don't even know about that.
Some people call him deep state DeSantis. It could be true as well. I don't know. Maybe he's a controlled opposition.
I don't put faith in any politician. They're all criminals.
Yeah,
no normal people go into politics.
Yeah, you know what? Since the last time we spoke, and you said I try to pay attention, more and more attention, and you were right. You're right. So, but if that's the case, what does that say about RFK Jr.?
Time will tell. Here's the thing: is he? And we can go off on him another. We'll see what his platform is. But there are people. He was born into his family.
Yeah.
So he's had to live with that loss his entire life, and sometimes, and I really don't want to. I don't want to go off, but when you're radicalized, it doesn't mean you're automatically radicalized that day, and that you take action. But it's possible that RFK was radicalized by the loss that was forced upon him. And he's had time to figure out who created that loss. And sometimes it becomes, especially with men, we're willing to fall on the sword.
Yeah. So basically,
especially, he's an older man now.
Yeah, but maybe you're right. Maybe he discovered maybe he discovered what was the trigger, or maybe he himself doesn't know what the triggers of his radicalization, because he came further down the line. It didn't.
Martin Luther King Jr. He knew he was going to be killed. He did. He gave the speech. I've been to the mountaintop the day before he was shot and killed, and in there he said, "I'm not going to be there with you when you make it to the end. I'm not going to be there, but don't cry for me." He knew he was dead. And for all we know, RFK knows he's going to be dead too, but he's still doing it because these are men with courage. They know we're all going to die. I mean, sometimes you got to stand up and be counted.
Yeah.
And that's all that matters. I mean, you have 2 kids who hopefully are going to live longer than you.
Yeah. That's any parent would wish for their children, like any normal or abnormal to the positive side, that they live longer and have a better life than I ever had. So yeah.
Yeah, and better life may or may not mean a college degree or the ability to run down and get some fish and chips at the local shop.
Yeah, it's a garbage thing anyway. Like it's all a joke nowadays anyway. It's all a joke.
Hey, pray upon it. Send an email with those dates. I'll let Dan pick it, and then we'll get you back to you, and then we'll have on, and we'll have a follow-up discussion and see what you've decided to do on this, and then we'll also get into. Me personally, I've always been fascinated with the Middle East, and like when people like Bashar al-Assad, I think he's a good man, and so I'd be willing to hear your take on that whole region and your view of these people. And so I think that would be a discussion that would be very interesting. Okay.
Why not? Definitely, definitely. I'll this time I'll remember to kind of like send the emails earlier on, and then we can have
Yeah,
the date.
send the email, give some dates out, give at least 3, 4 dates that are good for you, and then I'll send them to Dan, and Dan will get back to me within a day or two, and then we'll set it up.
Sure thing.
All right?
Always
All
a
right,
pleasure.
well, you take care of yourself,
Cheers,
and,
man.
don't be afraid of making the difficult decisions.
For me, you can bet your life. I'm not, for myself, I'm not afraid from almost anything and everything. But like for my children, that's a different story. But
Your
yeah,
wife, if she truly is a wife and she's truly a good woman, she will follow you.
let's hope so. Let's hope that we can make the transition smooth, and that the adaptation to the new life and the new set of mind even smoother. But I'm trying to stay optimistic, not where we are right now, towards looking towards the future.
Yep, one day at a time, amigo.
You make sure to take care and keep safe, yeah?
Okay, have a great day.
And you, thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, everybody. The Danimal is probably making lunch, for all I know. But thanks for joining us, and we'll try to do this again. The live streams. It was just try to throw a curveball in our normal routine. Thanks, everybody. Peace. Have a great weekend. All right, Dan. See you later.